describes acts of extreme violence in graphic detail and may include discussions about demonology and the occult, topics that caused widespread panic during the 1980s. This content may not be suitable for children under the age of 50. Viewer and listener discretion is advised.
Previously on Grogtalk.
This poor guy's, he's a drover.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe he has some sheep with him while he goes squats down and brings. What's happened is he's taken the sheep to get a drink, and while they're doing that, he's dropped his pants and let a load off and gets assaulted by the cave bear because the cave bear is coming out for the sheep.
Yeah, you're right. He's watering the sheep.
Yep.
That's right. And he's going to so he's going to relieve himself as well. I love this.
I don't have that book open yet. I'm working on it.
I got
5.
it. Feign death.
Feign death. Look at that. The dice don't lie.
They don't. I was feigning death. You are now entering the common quarter of the city, and you walk up to the tavern with the odor coming from within its doors. You decide to enter the bar to see if you can find out anything about the Assassin's Guild. How do you ask those questions?
Excuse me, where's the Assassin's Guild?
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't know. Maybe they'll tell you, right?
Hello, where is this Assassin's Guild?
I need to kill somebody.
Just from a philosophical level, you're a lawful good cleric. You die. You're at the best place you could be. I'm Hallmark Stealing Hearts.
Yeah, you're watching with your horse.
I'm voying with my horse. The carnal axe.
You're fruit of the looms.
By mortal servants of the deity, higher level clerics. Ooh, that's interesting. You must be punished. As punish.
Oh no! Now I have an image of James as a high. Don't ever let James become a high level cleric.
You must be punished, acolyte.
It's not good. I just had an image of the Fruit of the Loom commercial again.
Wear your sacred fruit of the looms and enter the chamber of woe.
Yeah. Come here to be punished. Why are you in your underwear?
Welcome to the Grogtalk with your hosts, Dan and James.
And good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Grogtalk. I'm James.
And I'm Dan.
And where are we from today?
Today we are from the Suffering Badger.
Ooh, the Suffering Badger.
I thought you might like that, actually, because, badgers are associated with gnomes, right? Yep. There, right? And so I kind of picked that one for you, James.
It's, the Suffering Badger. That's, it's nothing says relaxing from your day's troubles than going to the Suffering Badger. That's
right. Is it a euphemism? So, it remains consistent with what we've talked about, where it's always it's like an ing, something, or
something, right?
Something.
Is that an adverb, right? Ing, those are adverbs.
Oh, you had to go there.
Yeah. Well, someone look, hello everyone. I think it's an adverb, right? Ing.
Today we're from the Lolly's Adverb Shop. Remember that?
Oh yeah, Schoolhouse Rock.
Lolly.
There you go.
Well, you see, now that should be a clip. Why is that not going to be a clip?
Okay. All right, it'll be a clip. I'll figure out something. Get right on it.
So we're from the Suffering Badger, which, James, since I know this, basically our world tour has been basically a drunken spree for you.
Right.
You're really never sure where we are.
Nope.
Right. We are in the town. We are in Sherifer, which is in Harnworld.
Harnworld. Oh, okay.
Harnworld, right? The inn sign is of a sleeping badger. The 3-story inn is something of a curiosity and is often patronized by slumming residents of the city proper. Totes I don't know what that means, but Totes, I guess that's the owner. Oh, Totes of Shore. Sorry, Totes. James, the owner is Totes. Totes encourages a certain amount of riffraff to frequent the common room for atmosphere.
All right, so give yourself a hand, you riffraff. Congratulations, you are riffraff and villainy. Good for you guys.
Wait, what? We're what? We're riffraff.
So there you go. Well, that place is cool. In the common room.
I thought you'd like it. Yeah, so we're coming to you from the common room at the Suffering Badger, not sleeping.
Even though he looks sleeping, he is actually suffering.
He's not dead yet.
Not dead yet. So before we came on, I know because we were talking about our summer plans, which of course includes some kind of summer tournament, which we have to do during Gary Gygax Day. But we were talking about travel plans now that things seem to be loosening up. They were out of the abyss, and Dan and I were talking about what would be another exciting, fun-filled thing to do with our fans. And I told him my aversion of cruise ships because I don't want to get stuck on one. That sounds horrific. He's like, I said, yeah, because that would be horrible if we did like a grog cruise. And of course, Dan, now, what did you think it's a great idea?
GrogCon next year, and it could be an aquatic theme next year. GrogCon 20. I'm sorry, the adventure that we're hosting.
The adventure cruise that we're hosting.
Yes, the Love Boat.
Ooh.
You like that?
The Love Boat. The grog boat. If this boat's a rockin', don't come a knockin'.
I think we should say on our T-shirts what happens at GrogCon stays at GrogCon or something. What kind of convention is this?
Because you want it like the rock cruises, right? The similar thing. We want to get so like Vic Dorso would be the captain, obviously.
We've already decided that yes, because since he drives trucks,
it's the same thing.
How hard could it be?
What's the difference? I could see him driving the boat.
Yep, and a genie could be his first mate, right?
Right, exactly.
Right.
And
get it? First mate. First mate.
Yeah, I don't know if he has other mates, so there you go.
And so I thought, it would be like one of those heavy metal cruises, but without the heavy metal.
Well, maybe we could get Venom or something.
No, what are you talking? No, it's got to be okay. Venom, that is a good idea.
Right.
But what about the pseudo undead?
Well, the pseudo undead, of course, they would open for. I think they would open for Venom. They're very prickly. I got to find out if they still have a beef with Venom or Obituary.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Did you hear that story that apparently one of the members of Slayer, I think, may have urinated on the head? So Slayer opened for Venom, I believe, at one point, which goes to show how long ago that was. Right.
That was a life. that was. I think it was before the box set, before the original set came out.
Yes, and I believe one of the members urinated on Cronus's head, and there was, I think there may have been a riff. I may have this all wrong, but okay, that has nothing to do with D&D.
Well,
yes,
that would be great.
Venom playing would be great. Pseudo Undead, great. So let us know your thoughts of 2020 because we're already planning.
You got to plan ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Because before we know it, it'll be 2022, and so we would leave out of probably Port Canaveral, which is a very cruise destination. Mm-hmm. Based on the attendance we've had for this year, we'll be able to. What would we need? A rowboat,
right?
A small skiff,
yep,
possibly.
A little houseboat, yep.
And Venom.
Venom.
The Charon. We need the Charon demon. That's what he dressed. He should dress as the Charon demon, Vic.
It could be a whole theme.
Right.
Right? Yes.
That would be great.
I thought you'd come around to this.
Yes, you're right. Well, because that's not a real. We're going out for a couple hours then. That I can survive, but 5 days on the seas with viruses and our fans. That's a stretch.
Wow, our fans.
That's yeah. So anyway, I think that would be super. That would be interesting. We'll see if people are interested in that.
Well, we should crowdsource? I don't know any of these words. Crowdsource it. Right? Is this where we ask?
Yeah. Crowdsource, yeah. Fund. GoFundMe.
Yeah, we ask people for money.
Right. And if we were brave, we should have did it last summer, just during the pandemic.
Yes.
That says if you're committed, right? Because the boats aren't going anywhere. That's cruise to nowhere. Literally, we just walk on the boat.
Wait, this would be a good TV show because it would be kind of a horror film. Can you imagine D&D players stuck on a cruise ship for like a month? These, people would be at each other's throats, wouldn't they?
They would be. I don't know if it
Right?
wouldn't take a month either. It would be 4 days.
Yeah, it'd be like kill all the DMs are the first ones to be killed. Clearly, right?
That's right. Kill them all.
Kill them all.
Where are they? Kill them. Sorry. He's angry.
Wow.
It's an angry crowd.
It was. There he is. He's on the Lido deck. Get him. He's with Julian Gopher.
It's the horror. So yeah. So I think that's a good idea. So we're ready for announcements. We have a mascot, the Planetar, right? We rolled him up last time. Do you even know what a Planetar is?
No, I'd never heard of a Planetar. No, I assume it has some sort of planar travel ability.
Yeah, the short version. It's a more power. I'm pretty sure it's a more powerful diva. That's the quickest answer.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, but all right. You look disappointed.
Well, because it's antithetical to the way we think of our. I was thinking we would be more like a rot grub, or earwig, earworm, something like that.
Yeah. What are those little things that go to hell and they
larvae, lemurs, larvae, something like
larvae that. Larvae is what I was thinking of. Yeah, right.
That would be our mascot, not this super powerful avatar of good, descending into hell, killing everything. Yeah, that's not what I was thinking we would do.
Yeah, no, you're right, because we could have had the mascot could have been like Johnny Rot Grub or something like that, right? A little Rot Grub cartoon guy.
Right, a lot easier to do. So, but the Planetar, so we need to name the Planetar, we need to draw the Planetar for GrogCon. So if you have a name for the Planetar, please put it in the comments or send it to info@grogcon.com. And if you have examples of art, also send it to that. Anyhow, let's see. We also have Grognard's Guild Online. If you go out to
wait, stop. You really got me wanting a rock grub now. Can I roll a d20, and if it's a 1, can we have a rock grub?
No, you insisted on the dice don't lie.
All right.
Right?
Okay. Let's just see what it would have been, okay? Okay. Now, it wouldn't have happened anyway.
Okay, that's right. But I said we should pick one, or nope, we're going to make the dice roll, and we got a Planetar. So
okay.
I don't even know if you can get a rock grub on the charts. That's the problem with some of these charts.
Oh, that's a good point. Well, see that. Well, a whole thing's invalidated. We know you can bear. The odds of a leprechaun are you can't even get a leprechaun in a sylvan forest.
We need to make our own random chart of the monsters that we want to encounter, and it wouldn't have Planetars. It would have rot grubs and leprechauns and this type of thing. Herd animals. Those would be the things we would have. So, speaking of things we like, go out to the Grognard's Guild Online. DM Brian is having a spring tournament June 5th. Go on to Discord. It's what's in the show notes. Go out there and find out what's going on. Join his tournament. We want to thank our patrons for everything they did. We have a gift to give away. It's our monthly giveaway, Dan. So you know what that means. Shake the sack.
Oh, God.
Shaking the sack.
So you're shaking the sack. So you're shaking the sack around once a month nowadays?
Yeah, monthly. I shake the sack monthly.
At your age, okay.
Whether I like it or not, I got it.
Is that more or less than it used to be?
It's less. Yeah, it's way less. It's too much shaking. Then there's doctor's visits and.
Is that what they told you? You gotta stop. You gotta slow down.
Repetitive motion syndrome, inflammation.
Tendinitis.
Tendinitis, exactly. Yeah. All right. So tell me stop when you want me to pull out a.
Please make them stop. I beg you. Stop.
Okay. So we have a green one. Okay. So let me figure out what that means. By the way, this is for. We have an original groggy. That first generation groggy that we're giving away today. So unpainted, so you can paint it in your way. So that's what you guys are playing for. All right, so We have a green. We have this. All right, so we need to do a D4.
Okay. 3.
3. All right. Well, congratulations. Our dear friend Martin from Sweden is the winner. He is the winner of the Groggy. I've got to get his... So this will be a $300 gift to... Can we just send you cash instead of the Groggy?
Yes, well, that's right. We'll send you less than the shipping.
That's right. You either get the gift or the shipping, whichever is less. No, we're looking forward to that. So
can we pay you not to be a patron?
We've credited all your money back because it's cheaper than...
We can't afford anyone out of the country. That was faster than usual. Usually you're grabbing, you're like, well,
hey,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, whoa. You're like, wait, blue and red, carry the 1, this, that.
Well, I spent time because I have to synchronize the amount of chips with the number of patrons in there. So every month I have to go in and adjust the sack because we don't, our rule, in case you may not know this, is patrons can only win once every 12 months, like your typical radio show thing. So I have to, anyone who's won, I have to subtract their chips out of here and then add new patrons. So the sack is, I'm sorry, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, what's happening?
I thought you'd be fascinated with the process. I'm surprised you don't want us to have a document where I actually codify this.
Yeah, go ahead and write that out. Yeah, that needs to be, was that approved by legal?
No, I've gone rogue.
You have.
I've done my own thing. So congratulations, sir. You are the winner. Martin is the winner, so I have to reach out to him and let him know he is the winner. Martin, winner of the Groggy. All right, cool. Good for him.
We should cruise to Sweden.
Cruise.
The
Swedish death metal cruise of hell.
We can pick up all our patrons. Around the world, a cruise around the world. We just pick them up like GrogCon the whole year.
Grog, the year of the Grog.
The year of the Grog. We just pick up all our patrons. What do you think?
What do you think out there? That's good.
Okay.
Because that means I've retired, and I'm all about it then. That's great. And apparently you've retired too, and we've been divorced.
Okay.
We're like the odd couple at that point.
Okay, just understand this. If you retire, this might be your life. Okay? I want you to think about that.
No, God!
No, it's okay.
Okay.
This is, it sort of is. I go to work and I think about what I have to do for the show. So I know you do the same thing.
You do text me at some times where I'm like, isn't James a 9 to 5 guy?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be. Paying attention. Is he actually doing his job?
3 o'clock is a strange time for a lunch break.
I have very flexible hours, Stan.
Okay.
That's it. So, but again, thanks to the patrons who make this happen. And also thanks to Vic, who is very prolific with his 3D mastery, and hopefully he will enjoy that. We also have another iTunes review. You ready to hear this one?
I'm ready, James.
The title is Very Entertaining. The perfect place to step away from the real world and its problems for a couple hours. He only lets listen to half the show.
Yeah, he only listens to half the show.
It's weirdly fun for some reason to find out you have been doing something completely wrong in the game for 35 years. Thanks, James Simo, on iTunes.
Thank you very much. But what's interesting is, so he thinks we're getting it right.
Right.
Is that what he suggests?
I think that's what he's saying, but that's...
Yeah, okay. Because I'm not sure that's true, but okay. They believe it.
I think we deliberate a lot. Whether we come up with truth is another. What is truth, as they say. But if you want, we thank you for that, James. And if you would like to have your opinion of our show pronounced on our show in a self-referential way, go out to iTunes and put a review. And
we have committed to reading even bad ones, haven't we?
Oh, absolutely. Whatever. Yep. Again, the only qualification I think we talked about in a previous episode is it cannot be seditious, threatening, at least directly, right? Whatever's
for
illegal.
Others. Okay. Well, they can threaten us.
Right. They can totally threaten us. If you continue...
Which is, I assume, what they would do if there's going to be a threat.
Well, you'd hope so. Right. if you continue this, I will kill you. That would, that's. I'm not sure I'd really want to read that, but if that's what you want to write, then we'll read that over the air. So thanks.
Because the only disappointing thing about that one star review we got is that they didn't leave any comments.
Right. It's just 1 star, and we don't know who they are. And
how do we get better, James? If they don't tell us.
Yeah, that's right. They just and what does that say to someone? They put the 1 star. Mm-hmm. If you're going to put the time to do that, why wouldn't you just go all the way and say you suck, Bob?
No, because they know what they're doing. It's genius. They drop the 1 star and they don't say anything, and then we're left going, huh? Wait, what? Then this is what happens. Yeah, they've won, James.
They have, because I know with you, any negative comment you fixate, you obsess over.
Don't say that. Now everyone's going to be doing negative comments. You're horrible.
I don't even know there's a comment. All of a sudden, I'll get a text from you. I can't believe that, or something like that. I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's not true. I don't know what James is talking about. All right, what's the next? All right, so is it on to best of May 1981?
Soon. We're ready to get. We have to talk about the Grogtalk easing, flipping and turning. Yeah. We are working. When we say we mean Rob is working on issue 4. Did you got your 2 pieces in, right? You said.
I did submit. Yes, all my to the best of my. I haven't heard anything from Rob for several weeks, which must mean that yes, I am up to date on all my work.
Excellent, congratulations. So
how about you?
I did. I submitted mine this week. I'm actually somewhat ahead of the game, as opposed to literally waiting to the last moment. So he is working on issue 4, which means issue 5 is and issue 5 is our convention one, because it's coming up in October 15th through the 17th. So if you want to contribute and produce content for the magazine, send your content and your ideas to editor@grogcon.com. We also have our convention October 15th through the 17th. We have a lot of buzz. I mean, if you've seen the Discord, people are trying to figure out, here's what's going to happen. Over the next few weeks, you'll be able to get a ticket. Tickets will be $40. It'll allow you to be there for the whole weekend. Then you'll be able to submit ideas for things you want to run. If you are a patron of the Electrum tier or higher, by June 1st, so that's coming up, when we buy the tickets in September or October, or August or September, if you've been a Electrum patron or higher, and you tell us, hey, I'm coming to the show, we will buy your tickets for you. How about that? Isn't that amazing?
What do you guys think about that?
Is... Oh, no, not that one. Not that button. No. There we go. That's the button.
Whoopsie.
Exactly. So we've got already a few people who've done that. I expect more. So start planning your trip now, while the flights are relatively, if you have to fly in, relatively not ridiculous. And hopefully this next weekend coming up, we'll be doing episode 2 of the Grogtalk Adventures, where I'll be hosting the adventure with Dan and Rob helping me. Hopefully that'll be the Saturday, where we will probably do it as a live stream. So now we are ready for Best of May 1981.
I think it should have been. We should have started with episode 4.
You know, that's right. A newer hope.
Yeah, we could have done. Then we could have done a prequel adventures. Okay, Best of May 1981. All right, ready? This is going to show us how old we are. That this was this long ago, right? 1980 didn't seem that long ago.
Right.
James, May 7th. 1981. Oh, you like to do the fill in the blank, don't you? You love to be quizzed. You don't mind this.
Sure, first thing in the morning, of course.
Right, why not? Thursday, May 7th, 1981. The stand-up comedian blank performs on TV for the first time on Johnny Carson's The Tonight Show.
1981.
If you knew it was May 7th, 1981, would that help narrow it down for you?
No. Well, I'm going to go with my second answer, which I think is wrong. Eddie Murphy.
That is incorrect, sir.
Richard Pryor.
Nope. Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, Jerry Seinfeld.
That's hard, though, because there could have been so many. Those were good guesses that you had.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even think I would have put him on because I just always associate him with Seinfeld, which was like came out years later. But that makes sense. It would be a number of years before he would do that.
So keeping it light, the very next day, Friday, May 8th, the body of Maureen Mosey is discovered in Kamloops, British Columbia. She is believed to be the last of 28 victims of the Trans-Canada Highway killer, who is never caught. Now, so
wait a minute.
You know, Leroy,
right?
Who's our friend from first time? Kelly Villamere.
Yep, they're all British
They were in danger.
Columbians.
They probably knew about it. So they were in danger.
Or they were about that age.
Oh my God! I see where you're going with. So there's a chance, it's possible, that either Leroy or Kelly, the legal department will not let us make that allegation. We don't get any information here. Defamation. Don't do it. We'd like to indicate that we have no information that any of our listeners were the Trans-Canada Highway killer.
Right, and based on that book, they may have been caught since then.
That's true. Wikipedia. Yeah, right. That's true. That's true.
We should check those things. However, what we can say for surety for both of them that they lived in British Columbia
in the time.
At the time.
So what you're saying is at least the chances of them being it are greater than say you or me, because
right.
you were working at the McDowell's.
That's right. I was working at McDowell's.
Queens.
That's right.
And I was in Florida. Okay.
Allegedly.
Well, there you go. There you go.
So you claim you've lived in Florida your whole life.
Have you checked the addresses for our Canadian patrons, like any coming from the British Columbia Penitentiary?
No, I have not. And either two things, Leroy, who's a very good friend of the show, has helped us out tremendously. He always takes pictures of these places. So he's always on the road, apparently. He seems to be on the road a lot.
Wait a second. What about, it could be Vic?
He's
the truck driver.
I think they just haven't named the serial killer he is. We just assumed he was.
That's all right. So
which is like why you let him in my house. That's the beauty of it. He was supposed to stay at your house. You're like, he's going to stay at your house now. So thanks.
Because he could have been the Trans-Canada Highway killer. So it's like a Who Shot JR. Which one of our listeners is the most likely to? It's like a high school yearbook.
Right.
Which of our listeners is the most likely to be the trans? Okay.
Well, that's going to be our podcast now. Will become popular. Like these true crime podcasts are so popular. Yeah. We're just going to try to figure out which of our listeners is the Trans-Canada whatever killer.
You know what they could do is everyone could send in to the email.
Mm-hmm. Info at Grogtalk. That's right.
Huh? A crime they committed. And each week we'll and give a little narrative of how it went down. We'll read the crime.
That's right.
And then our patrons can guess which one of our patrons did it.
On today's show, this patron stole S3 from the B. Daltons in 1982.
That's right. A true D&D crime.
True D&D crime.
Yes, crimes associated with D&D. You're right. It's got to be. We got to keep. Yeah, we can't.
We're not going to try to solve serial killers. I don't care.
Right.
Who stole Tomb of Horrors? Next on Grogtalk.
So did I commit a D&D crime? I'm trying to think about that.
So your campaign was a D&D crime. There you go.
He's here all week.
I'll be here all week.
All right, so send in. If you committed a crime associated at any point in your life that is any way tangentially related with D&D.
Right.
A role, right? Okay.
D&D confessions.
D&D confession, yeah. Or I was like true D&D crime. They're both good. True D&D confessions. No, because you do true D&D confessions, James is going to go beyond crime. It's going to get weird. Okay? You're going to learn things you don't need to know. Wait, I see that look in your face. Are you getting submissions?
No, not yet.
It looks like they're rolling in.
Let's see. So already, Craig, who's online, I was born in Kamloops. I assume that's in British Columbia, but I was 15 at the time of those killings. Is that really? Do you feel like that exonerates you if you're 15?
Is that a confession?
I think it is.
We just solved the crime. Call the cops, James.
They've killed people for less.
Oh my! All right. Okay. So he probably doesn't think it. Jay. He probably doesn't think it's funny. Okay.
Oh, well, yeah. Especially, this could get dark if someone says, "Yes, that was my sister," or my.
Ooh.
That would be.
Yeah.
That would.
The old polyhedron in the foot, or the old four-sided in the foot.
I'll blame you, Dan. I'll be like, Dan thought it was funny.
I did not. I'm reporting out the news. Okay. Let's now. Okay, now it is going to get light, and I like this one. You ready for this?
Okay.
Monday, May 11th, 1981. Andrew Lloyd Webber's hit musical Blank opens at the New Theatre London. It's always England for the first of 8,949 performances.
There's only 2 of them I know. I'm gonna go with Phantom of the Opera.
That is incorrect.
Oh, Cats.
Correct. Correct.
Oh,
Cats.
I said I was gonna do Cats first, and then
Wow. You're almost as sad as Carlos Lysing was at that Jeopardy game. You're being too hard. James, this is supposed to be fun. Okay, moving on. There's only 2 more. Wednesday, May 13th, 1981. I'll just read this so we'll all remember that. Pope John Paul II is seriously injured when he is shot at St. Peter's, Rome by a Turkish assassin. We all remember that, right? And then he got the Pope Mobile after that, right?
The Pope Mobile.
Yeah. Okay. And on Friday, May 15th, so 40 years ago today,
right,
the award-winning film Blank about Great Britain's 1924 Olympic running team and featuring music by Vangelis is released in the UK.
I know. It's Chariots of Fire.
Yeah, why do you say it that way? You're still upset about the Cats?
I should have had Cats. I'm so mad.
Wow. Okay. I think maybe we need to step away from this for a little bit.
No, we're not taking a break from
You're doing it next week. I'm studying up. You're probably going to buy the book.
That's right. I bought the book. No, I will
Strangely,
not.
it was the last. Strangely, it's print on demand.
Yeah. No, I will not be buying that book. That's
okay.
You're totally safe for that. Okay.
And I'd like to mention.
Yes.
I have one TV show to announce, okay? Because
that's right, TV.
It was Friday night at remember ABC Friday Night Movies?
Yes.
So this was ABC Friday Night Movies. 40 years ago today, I've never heard of this. May 15th, 1981. Ready? She's in the Army now. Exactly. You ready? Okay, I hadn't heard of it. A 1981 American made-for-television military film starring Kathleen Quinlan. I don't know who that is. Jamie Lee Curtis. Wow. Melanie Griffith.
Wow.
Yeah, you liking that, right? Susan Blanchard and Julie Carmen premiered on ABC tonight, 40 years ago. Ready for the plot? Cass, Rita, Sylvie, Virginia, and Yvette are 5 beautiful Women's Army Corps recruits attached to the 3rd Platoon at Fort Jackson. Although they are raw recruits, their drill sergeant sees them as future soldier. The proposal relates to women's efforts to train to become soldiers while also dealing with personal problems.
Wasn't that Private Benjamin?
They said I think it was part of the fact that Private Benjamin had been successful. So I think yes. The film was a pilot for a television series which never materialized, and it also followed the success of Goldie Hawn's movie, Private Benjamin, which itself spawned a television series in the spring of 81. Did you realize that Private Benjamin spawned a television series?
Now it's starting to... That does sound familiar.
Yeah, so that's that. It didn't materialize. So I'm sorry, James. So if you watch it tonight and you get all excited, then
okay.
Well, you said, okay. Moving on. So don't get too excited, James, because the pilot is not going to be picked up.
Really?
She's in the Army now. Okay, there it is. 40 years ago today.
That is too bad. Who would have thought? I'm sure if we watched it today, it would be just as timely and relevant today as it was 40 years ago.
Can you just imagine? You'd be watching, just be shaking your head, like, wow, that would not. That is so wrong.
That's right. That was well,
It was a simpler time, James.
Exactly.
Stealing dice from the Walden books.
That's right. Stuffing modules down your pants. That's exactly right.
Right.
I love it. Well, I think we are now ready for. Yep, we are ready for sage advice. So you have selected. Move over to the left just a hair, a sconce. You're right. Excuse me.
The other left.
Yeah, you move to your right. Just there we go. Perfect. Well,
okay. Now let me move this over.
I'm going to be.
I got to readjust.
Putting up sage advice for all to.
So they can follow along at home.
They can follow along at home. I am not. I cannot. I am viewing it, but I cannot see it. How's that? If that makes any sense.
That makes sense. Now, James. Now, this is the segment where we go through sage advice. We were from Dragon Magazine. We were doing it exactly years ago, but that would only allow us to do it once a month. And I loved this segment so much that we have decided to just speed things along. So this is the sage advice questions from Dragon Magazine, number 58, September 9th. And I will be asking James the questions this time, and we'll see if James is sagacious. And James, just to confirm, you these questions and answers. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, I have not read or the questions are answered in this issue of Dragon.
I will now examine.
So saith the truth.
So I swear by Kurtulamac or whatever. Okay. So all right, I will now examine the witness.
Hey.
Sir.
That's a little handsy on you, but okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. James. I'm sorry, Mr. Sage.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't Ettins mentioned among the bigger creatures which attack dwarves and gnomes at -4?
Ooh, that's a good one. Why aren't?
And let me just explain that I think you know that sage advice oftentimes seems to be simply a way to reconcile. They never seem to. Gary's always right, correct? Is Gary always right, James?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, of course.
So in other words, it's not like, obviously the editors aren't going to be like, yeah, they should have been. What was Gary thinking? They're, of course, going to try to come up with some sort of reason.
Yeah, okay. So why are Ettins not mentioned? I'm going to say they're going to come up with some kind of thing that Ettins are not natural enemies of dwarves, and they don't encounter them, and so that's why they're not part of it. That's my guess.
Well, it's as good as any. But why, out of curiosity, why do they attack? I assumed it was due to the size, right? Does it say in the monster manual why they? I'm sorry, not in the monster manual. Does it say in the player's handbook why they're at -4s? I assumed it's just because they're big.
Well, they're big, and the other connotation, if I remember correctly, in the player's handbook is that dwarves have trained because of them having to fight them in the places they live.
Oh, is that true?
I'm going to look it up.
Okay, thank you. Because it's also gnomes, apparently also. I guess so it would be in the discussion of dwarves.
Yes. In
the player's handbook. You do dwarves, I'll do gnomes.
All right. Well, they're very similar.
That false.
On page 16. Yeah, well, they are exactly the same. Gnomes are just weird genetic freaks of dwarves.
No, as you know, basically simply thieves, right? Right? We've confirmed this. Gnomes, if they're thieves, it's because they think it's funny. Okay.
They're funny. All right, so both of the answers on the same page. No, I'm sorry. One's on 16, one's on 17 of the players.
I'm on 17. What does yours say?
Mine says, in melee combat, dwarves add 1 to their dice to hit opponents half orcs, goblins, hobgoblins, and orcs. When being attacked by ogres, trolls, ogre magi, giants, and or titans, dwarves subtract 4 from their opponent's 2 hit dice because of the dwarves' small size and combat ability against these much bigger creatures.
abilities, but yes, gnomes they base same. So it's so their skill and their small size. Okay, here is the answer, James. Ettins may be big and dumb, but they don't suffer any penalty to hit against dwarves and gnomes because of the most obvious difference between Ettins and other big humanoids: their two heads. In the words of the Monster Manual, one of the Ettins' heads is always likely to be alert, so they are difficult to surprise, and presumably difficult to sneak up on in any other way. I don't that answer.
Yeah, it's as bad as my answer is. It's a terrible answer. There's no. I mean, the other problem with that is the Titans are in here. I can understand giants somewhat because they would fight over money, but why are Titans part of the? How many dwarves are fighting Titans? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, so this issue brings up a troubling aspect of your method of textual interpretation, which I generally favor. But there's a problem because your method of textual interpretation, your answer would basically be because they're not listed, right? Because they're not. Well, and actually, and I don't know why I say because Ettins. No, I don't know. This isn't troubling. It's only troubling when you add monsters later, say Monster Manual 2 Fiend Folio, that are big, right? Like the two-headed troll or whatever, a hill giant. Not a hill giant, I'm sorry, like a mountain giant or something.
Yeah, two-headed troll.
Right.
Whatever the other, half troll, half
right.
Fog giant.
Then it gets difficult because those creatures were not identified at the time. But Ettins were identified. They're in the Monster Manual. So your simple answer would be, of course, because it's not listed.
Right.
Right. But they feel the need to explain. And all right. I mean,
Well, and then again, I go under the premise of there's 3 books. If you keep it at that, if you keep adding stuff, then you have to retcon it and go back and fix it. So that's the problem. Don't have new books.
Well, so basically, since the Ettin's not listed, anything with like the two-headed troll, if it's a no. Right. It's that's good support for that. Okay.
Unless the Monster Manual 2 updates it, or some other book updates it, the answer would be no.
And I think since it says not only size, but Gary also says in the skill. So you can argue. It's kind of like all right. So is that what you were talking about when you said that they're used to going up against these creatures? So that is sort of coming from why they're more skillful, that they're used to fighting them. They understand their movements, their tactics. So so we should just end at that, right? So say it's simply these creatures. That's it. It's not simply size. It's also that they understand these creatures, and so they only understand these creatures, and it ends there.
Right. There's their natural. I mean, to me, it's the same thing. Especially when you look at it in the previous thing. I'll use the whole paragraph. In melee combat, so it's related to combat, dwarves add 1 to their dice rolls to half-orcs, goblins, hobgoblins, and orcs. Not gnolls, not Zvarts, not lizardmen, right? It's those 4 things. And they also, there's plenty of other humanoids that could be in that list. They chose not to put them because obviously they fight those creatures a lot and they know their weaknesses. That's the idea. So you could use the same logic there.
This is half-orcs, so that's hilarious. So if there's an intra-party fight, as of course often happens,
right.
So if the dwarf is angry at the half-orc, the dwarf gets a +1 to hit against the half-orc.
Right. And this is also I think my answer is better. I feel better when looking at gnomes. I hate to use gnomes as a reason why I'm correct. Mm-hmm. Notice under gnomes, they have when attacked by gnolls, bugbears, ogres, trolls. Dwarves don't have gnolls and bugbears.
Very interesting. So does that mean, is this insight? So gnomes are gnolls and bugbears more like the area that gnomes would be?
Yeah.
But wait, but we learned that no, not all mountain dwarves are mountain dwarves. So we learned, remember that dwarves are in hills, in like the Sound of Music.
They are. The hills are alive with dwarves.
That's right. And all right. So very interesting. I think there's an article there for you, James.
No, this is something you should research. Why more creatures want to murder gnomes? That's really what's there.
That's the story.
The dwarves are more prolific, right? We assume there are more dwarves than gnomes generally, but yet more creatures want to kill gnomes.
Yeah. That is true. Yeah, there is a bigger list, right? But they're the -4. All right. Okay. Very interesting. So yeah. You got to do some unraveling on that one. But at the end of the day,
my answer is better. I'm sorry. I feel better.
What was your answer again?
My answer was they didn't fight them as enemies, and that's why they didn't get the bonus. That's what
I think your answer is better. Because I agree. Okay, James, could an elf or dwarf who has reached the highest level possible? I appreciate these people. This writer is using level limits. So I appreciate it. Use an ion stone to gain further levels. I thought ion stones just they go around your head or something. What do ion stones do?
Yeah, they're from one of the books. I forgot, and of course people are going to yell, scream.
A DMG. Well, they're probably DMG.
Well, they're in the DMG, but they are modeled after a fantasy writer's. Yeah, I forgot which one it was.
I'm sorry.
But
that makes sense.
It's this again. These mystical these stones that fly around your head, and while they're orbiting around your head, you could get conferred some ability.
But are there certain abilities?
Oh yeah,
I got to look it up.
Yes.
Well, why do I get to go up? There must be some issue with levels.
Oh yeah.
Oh, do I go up a level?
I believe that is one of the stones you could find. They're ridiculous.
Oh. So this is an interesting question then, as to whether or not you can go up
Page
beyond
147
level. Okay.
Of the DMG.
What I think is so interesting is that people would write in, but I'd probably be that kind of person, to write in with this question as opposed to just making up a ruling. You know what I mean? Right? I mean, right. The DM just be like yes or no, and you move on. Page 147. Ions, there are 14. Oh, and there's all these different things, and one is going to obviously increase.
Number 7.
The pale. Oh, so you're looking for the pale green one.
That was good. I think that one's good, and the number 10 is good.
Oh, and I see they burn out apparently. A dead stone. Okay. Regenerate. Yeah, sure. Okay, so this is a very good question. I'm ready. Oh, James? Mr. Sage, what do you think is the answer?
Well, I think based, and again, I'm looking at the text for Ion Stone. I would say you cannot go above your maximum, and the reason I'm saying that is because the stones above it, it says add 1 point to strength, 18 maximum. So it does not change your racial limit.
But it's interesting. But it doesn't have the same parenthesis.
Correct.
You could use the negative inference there.
That's also you could also do that. But you asked me for my ruling. That would be my ruling.
You're a complicated guy.
Right, and it's it's only one level for one class. So I think that's how I would do it. I wouldn't give them one level in each class if they were multi-class, because that's the second part of this question. Right? If they were a fighter magic user, do they get one level in each class, or do they get one level in one class?
Oh, okay. Well, that's an additional question. All right, James, you are very sagacious. The answer is no. Ion stones are powerful enough magic. Yep. None of the 6 stones, which have the power to increase ability scores, can make them better than the mathematical maximum of 18. James, they're relying, not only did you get the right answer, your explanation, they're relying upon the very reasoning you did. A similar limit is specified for the power of the pale green stone, which is my point. James, we're getting good at this, which adds 1 level experience. It is unreasonable to assume that this stone can exceed the prescribed maximum, in this case, a maximum number of levels, when the others cannot. James, that's an A+. Because you not only got the right...
I did not read it for those. I'm trying to be consistent. So I feel very good about myself. Unlike Phantom of the Opera and Cats, which I totally screwed the pooch on, this, I nailed it. So I feel a little better now.
I feel like this whole cat, you're going to go to a very dark place as a result of this Cats Phantom of the Opera incident. Okay.
Cats stuck in the Phantom of the Opera. That's the new horror.
I mean, a lot of people are pissed off about Cats, but not for this reason. Any alignment restrictions for dwarves? The monster manual says they are lawful good.
No, there's no restrictions, particularly for player characters. They can be any alignment, but so the answer would be no.
Yes, I think you're going to be correct. Many of the particulars of the monster manual description of dwarves are intended only to strictly apply to non-player character dwarves. Isn't that interesting that you read that you? Wait, James, you didn't. Let's for everyone listening, you have not read the answers.
Correct. I have not read the answers.
Okay. Alignment is one of these particulars. Not all player character dwarves have to be lawful good, just like not all player character dwarves have to have just one hit die, and not all player character dwarves will be, quote, very intelligent. No player character race is restricted as to what alignment a member of that race can be. The only restrictions placed on races concern what classes they can become. And some of this is obviously, and some of those classes have alignment restrictions. It's a different matter. A player character dwarf, boy, they really are going on with this one. A player character dwarf, they're like, I still want the A. They're like, I heard that if you just write a lot on this essay question, the professor will get tired and just give you an A. A player character can be a thief, an assassin, or a fighter, or certain combinations of those classes. If all dwarves had to be lawful good, this additional. Now, this is actually getting to be a good essay answer. No dwarf would be able to be a thief or an assassin, right? Right. You need to explain your answers more, James. You're like, why did I only get a B plus? I got the right answer. Well, you didn't rely upon this additional information.
I didn't want to insult the reader, in this case the professor, with rehashing pablum, but okay, yeah, you're right.
Are you familiar with some of the questions that people ask? Like, I'm a thief, can I be lawful good?
Actually, we came up with, okay, now we're sidetracking. Yesterday's game that Lane was running, one of the players, Tom, had two characters, a thief and a paladin, and we were in the dungeon. And Tom says, I'm going to search for traps. And Lane looks and he only sees the paladin. It's like, what do you mean the paladin's going to search for traps? Like, well, maybe he's dual class. And so then we had that conversation of maybe he was a thief first and then he got converted to lawful good paladin. It's like, well, but that can't be because they can't be lawful good. I said, well, they could be neutral good. And then it's poorly written after it justifies neutral good. It says but they can be lawful and chaotic. Again, that would be interesting. But to your point, it wasn't meant. They're not supposed to be lawful good thieves.
But what if I had a helm of alignment change?
Right. Well,
I still have my thief skills? It's not like I can't do thieving skills.
I would totally allow it. That would be you like third level thief, and then you gain religion and you become a paladin.
Yeah.
And that's the tension. You're always. You're like,
oh, you were formerly an assassin.
Yeah, that's right. You're a chaotic evil assassin.
Well, I had a pre-gen like that, where it was half ogre who had put on a helm of alignment, and so he knew in the past he'd been a terrible killer and he felt remorse, and yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Right. Okay. This is James. It's about to get controversial.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh wait, let me finish this paragraph. Sorry.
Oh jeez.
If all dwarves had, just give this guy an A and go to the next exam. If all dwarves had to be lawful good, no dwarf would be able to be a thief or assassin. Player character dwarves can theoretically be of any alignment as long as it fits the rules for the classes they belong to. Now it's going to get controversial. Non-player character dwarves, as described in the monster manual, are considered differently. NPC dwarves will be predominantly, if not exclusively, in alignment. Virtually all of them, except for leader types, will have no more than one hit die, and virtually all of them will be of average in intelligence. Also, I don't know telling us all. This is beyond the scope of the question.
Right.
You get
so
no
is this
credit.
Still an A? Is this an A when you go on tangents? I don't think so.
It's very interesting. You want to be clear about whether or not additional information will increase your score. Also note that the monster manual makes no mention of dwarven thieves or assassins being encountered in a large group. Okay, huh? All of the higher level dwarves in a group of NPCs are either fighters or fighter clerics. I mean, I'm bored now. If you play NPC dwarves
You're
by
not
the
alone.
book,
we had listeners. They're gone.
Oh yeah, man, this is killing me. If you play NPC dwarves by the book, there can never be dwarven thieves, or assassins. And if those character types are included in an adventure campaign, the monster manual information modified. Oh, this number one, this last paragraph is dictum. It's not responsive to the question presented. And I don't like this answer. What do you think of this? I don't like this last paragraph at all.
No, I don't like it at all. I mean, what's the purpose of it? The idea of the monster manual is predominantly this is the alignment they are. Now we're back to the whole orcs being lawful evil. Are they all the time lawful evil? Is that what is that why they're doing this?
Yeah, I mean, I just assumed that in general they're lawful good. I mean,
right.
How many people out there have a problem with encountering an NPC who is a chaotic neutral? I mean, you've got deities from Roger Moore, which are all different alignments, and I don't like this very well. That's all.
Yeah,
okay.
Generally the society is going to be this way, but maybe they were worried that this could open up to the lawful good orc. I don't know why, or the chaotic good orc. The alignment.
All right. What's so wrong with that? Okay. All right.
Because then you can't slaughter the orc babies, which is back to the whole. You can kill them with impunity because they're spawns of evil. That's the idea.
Depending on your jurisdiction. Check your rules.
Check your jurisdiction before applying any of this legal advice.
Right. The rules regarding the killing of orcs, without question, may vary by jurisdiction. Okay.
Exactly.
So, all right. What would a reasonable spread of races and sub-races for adventures and NPCs? What would be a reasonable spread of races and sub-races for adventurers and NPCs? For instance, what would be the chance of a PC dwarf being a mountain dwarf? Oh, I don't like these questions. All right, James, Mr. Sage?
I didn't even understand the question. You kind of just started haltingly finishing it. So
you're right. I was like, as I was reading it, I was kind of disgusted with the question. I didn't deliver it very well. What would be a reasonable spread of races and sub-races for adventurers and NPCs? For instance, what would be the chance of a PC dwarf being a mountain dwarf? So I think the question is basically, what should your typical party look like? Should it be human-centric? If it's not human-centric, how often should you have sub-races? It's basically how wacky should. And the reason why I don't like this question very well is because to me, this is more about the flavor of your campaign. I don't know. There's no right or wrong answer in this, right? I mean, you could have 5 L's if you, I mean, right?
Right.
Gary said, I believe, in the DMG that you should let players pick what they want to be. They need to have buy-in. And so I think you can impose level. I'm acting like I'm Mr. Sage here, right? Question: If you want to have human-centric, you just impose level limits. But other than that, what are you going to tell a person? Sometimes you say, well, you can't be an L because I don't have L's in this campaign. But generally, it is what it is, isn't it?
Absolutely. So again, it's hard with the question to understand. Is it they run into a party and what's the makeup, or is this what the makeup of the world is, or the player characters party? Because if it's the last one, it's very simple to me. Because even on page 225 of the DMG, creating a party at the spur of the moment. Let's just use that as an example. It says there are times where you need to have a group of players designed to adventure in your campaign who have no suitable characters. Great. Here's what he suggests. Race and class. After generating ability stats, which is the way you should do it, each player selects the race and class of his or her character as desired. So that's the purview of the players. So you let them pick whatever they want.
And for NPCs, we have somewhere like you can do with henchmen. We have a chart somewhere, don't we, with percentages?
That's correct. There's a chart, or you can do on page 176. If you have a character suitable, if you want to do that, there's a chart for that. Hey, Leroy, welcome. Good morning. Where were you in May 1981?
No, James, no. Hey, Leroy, how's it going, buddy? We love the Leroy.
That's right. Thank you for everything. You have to listen back. So on page
No,
one,
I think that's a fair question. Now I want to know, where was he in May of 1981?
May 7th. What was May 6th? May 7th?
Well, that was the last, so I think, yeah, I mean, it apparently, I assume it took some time, right? I mean, it wasn't like
Right.
all at once.
Right.
I don't think it was like a single day
Right. Yeah. Well,
of
there's
28 victims.
Yeah, we can't go back. We can't go back. That's the rule of the show. Leroy will just have to catch up.
But did he move? Like, did he move from Canada in May? Because that would be right.
Tonight on Grogtalk Investigates.
Yes, we have some questions. Is Leroy ready for questions? Who's gonna ask? Where were you, sir, in May of 1981? At the beginning of the month of May of 1981.
That's a terrible question. We want to lead. Were you in British Columbia in May of 1981?
You were. You want me to lead? Isn't it true? All right, fine. Isn't it true, sir, that you're the Trans-Canada Highway Killer? Isn't it? Oh, I just scared kittens. They're running. Do we have a confession yet?
Are you talking about Clifford Olson? They must have figured out who. How old is your book?
What year is this book?
How old is that book you have?
1982? No, it's 2020. Who's doing the fact checking?
Right.
He was caught?
I don't know. One of the other suspects, Shannon Ferguson, who's he's Canadian as well, so they're all suspect.
That's not the only picture I hear is the Pope. I don't think that's any connection.
Right. Well, if you missed it, you'll have to go back to we can't go back, folks. There's just another reason to listen to 4 hours of this nonsense. So back to this question.
Okay.
And again, Dan, you may want to. I think I need for the soundboard your official disclaimer that we are not, by discussing this, implying or imputing the reputation of any of our listeners, or insinuating that they are the or culpable for any crimes. Is that right?
All discussions related to patrons are, yes, have. I'm doing terrible here, aren't I? Have are for entertainment. Are for entertainment purposes only, right, and are not to suggest that any of the events we've depicted have actually happened.
Yeah. Any resemblance of people alive or dead are completely coincidental.
We have no actual patrons. They're all fictional.
Well, if this keeps up, that is true. They're going to be fictional.
I think Vic Dorso sent us an angry email saying, quit saying I'm a patron or whatever, right? Or quit saying that I'm a fan of the show. Okay. So, all right, let's just read this thing, shall we? Because I don't like this. So thank you, Leroy. I was in Squamish, BC on May. He's confessed. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
On May 1981, and Clifford Olson was arrested in my small town, then released by the RCMP, which I assume is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
The Mounties? So they were like.
So they had this guy and they released him. So apparently your book does not know that they found, or maybe they knew it, they just didn't put it in there.
Wait. He said he released it. They released him.
Not him, not Leroy. They arrested Clifford Olson, was arrested in my small town, then released by the RCMP.
If he was released, if he had done it and they had the evidence he did it, would they release him? Well, he agreed to go to America.
Next time on Grogtalk, we review the trans-Canadian, whatever he was. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty to.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So this is the problem with your crappy $5 book that you got from England is they don't give you all the facts, and now we have people who know what we're talking about. We look like morons, which is not really hard.
If he's released, how's that? Why do you think he did it? He was released.
I guess we'll have to do this next time on Grogtalk.
What? Because he apologized? I don't know. Maybe, they let him go?
Maybe he had a good story. They didn't catch him the first time, they said.
Okay.
That's what they're saying. So fortunately, so on the one hand, the good news is he was the only suspect at the time. Well, we found 2 or 3 more suspects based on our investigation.
Yes. We're adding to the list. That's right.
Maybe they have the wrong person who was arrested. I mean, Who sounds more suspicious? This random guy or people who listen to our show?
Right. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? Who are playing Dungeons and Dragons 40 years later. Unless, okay.
Satanic Panic? I'll give you Satanic Panic. So.
Wait. Leroy, isn't it true that you had books discussing demonology?
Depicting demon creatures on them?
Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. They should have rounded up all the D&D players.
Exactly. Start with them. Get them all.
You think you're a cool guy, don't you?
Right.
Yeah. He seems okay. All right. The chance of a player character dwarf being a mountain dwarf is 100%. If the player wants to be one, and if no circumstances of the campaign prohibit such a choice. This decision is one a player character can make for his character, although the simple desire to be a mountain dwarf is sometimes not enough to guarantee that the character will be a member of a group of adventurers. You know what? I wish they'd answered about the aquatic elves, right? So, of course, they take the easy way out. This guy should have written in and said, can I be an elf subrace? Or, it'd have to be high elf. But they didn't. A missed opportunity. If the player knows something about the DM's campaign milieu beforehand, there may be obvious reasons why a mountain dwarf would not be a desirable character. There are no mountainous areas in the DM's world. Are you falling asleep yet, James? For instance, yeah, exactly. Where, if anywhere, can a mountain dwarf call home? Well, okay, he's traveling. Have you read Lord of the Rings? In a world consisting of nothing but oceans, deserts, plains, and forests, it might be hard to justify the existence of any type of dwarves. When the DM is deciding which races or sub-races NPCs should be, he must take other things into account besides simple preference. First and foremost, for dwarves, geography and topography of the environment will dictate whether a certain clan in a certain area is composed of hill dwarves, mountain dwarves, and maybe some hybrid of both. Other information gleaned from the rulebooks can be used to make things fit properly. For instance, if a band of halflings is located in close proximity to clan dwarves, it would be quite proper to designate them as stout halflings because of that sub-race's known affinity for dwarves. There are no percentages for the chance of a dwarf being a mountain dwarf or a halfling being a stout halfling because no set of guidelines could be developed that would be appropriate type of campaign.
I'm sorry, I muted you a while ago. Were you talking?
Yeah, thank you. I wish I could have muted myself. Yeah, all right, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. That focused on just the last part, the mountain dwarves. It really didn't ever answer. Okay,
we have a new T-shirt. That's what Aggie's telling us. We have a new GrogCon T-shirt. You want Satanic Panic? I'll give you Satanic Panic.
Wow.
I like that. I gotta write that down.
Yes, right.
So what did they say? It's just they basically said
nothing. No, nothing. We're moving on. Nothing. I'm hiring you. Nothing. All right. We're gonna move this real quick. Ready? Real fast. I'm surprised it's only 9 o'clock. It feels like 10 o'clock. It's only been an hour. It's like 2 hours. Do dwarves on this show? Do dwarves rise to the 7th or 8th level of cleric ability? The Deities and Demigods Cyclopedia. Did you know that it's the Deities and Demigods Cyclopedia, apparently? Is that true?
I don't know. Let's look at it.
Okay, I'm getting it. Oh, sorry, Grizzly.
Yes, Cyclopedia, it says.
Okay, all right. Oh, sorry, Grizzly, come back. Okay.
What is the difference between a cyclopedia and an encyclopedia?
This is excellent question, James. Excellent question. I don't know the answer to that. I'd like to know, though. Are you looking it up?
No, I have no idea. You want me to look it up?
Yes, I think I do.
All right, hold on.
And I'll keep reading the question. So do dwarves rise to the 7th? Look it up and listen.
Yeah.
Do dwarves rise to the 7th or 8th level cleric ability? The Deities and Demigods Cyclopedia. I love how they put trademark on there. It's your own magazine. And the Monster Manual either state or imply that 7th is a maximum, but the player's handbook says 8th. This is very interesting. Page 108 of the Deities and Demigods seems to suggest you can go up to 8th level in clerical ability. Where is that? Well, I'm going flipping and turning page 108 of the Deities and Demigods.
Well, it depends which version.
Yeah, I got the wrong. Oh, yeah, that guy's got the original, the copyrighted one, because I'm looking at Therm, Lord of the Frost Giants.
Right.
Who's chaotic evil.
Lord of the Frost Giants.
Yes. That would be. Oh, yeah, what was that? kind of like Cirith Ungol or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I could see that. A Lord of the Frost Giants song. All right. Well, none of us have 108. None of us. Does anyone out there have what, the 144 page or something?
Yeah. We don't know what that is.
We're lost.
We are lost.
We're sailing on a sea of corpses.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, let me. So, encyclopedia versus cyclopedia. Encyclopedia is a comprehensive reference work, often spanning several printed volumes, with in-depth articles on a range of subjects. While cyclopedia is archaic, the circle or compass of the arts and sciences, originally of the 7 so-called liberal arts, circle of human knowledge. So I guess it's more specific. That's what it's. Does that help? Are you awake? Are you with us?
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Nodded off there for a second. We're never coming back to this play. The owner of the Suffering Badger thinks we suck. Okay.
All right. So.
Okay. So apparently there's some. All right. So apparently there's some discrepancy. Without even knowing what is said on page 108 of the Cyclopedia, can you give an answer, James?
The answer is, for player characters. Well, first of all, dwarves. You can't be a dwarf cleric player character.
That's the right. That okay. So he didn't actually say that. The question is, do dwarves rise to 7th or 8th? So I assume we're talking about NPCs. Glad you pointed that out. That would be, you would get some extra points for that, James, on the exam, because to make sure that there's no suggestion that you could be a PC dwarven cleric. So good answer.
So I guess I'm going to look at maybe maybe they're under the non-human mythos. Maybe that would be the only thing that would make sense.
Oh,
that they were
maybe
referencing. So I'm going to go there. I'm
Is
going
that
to go
more?
to dwarves, and it says on. So again, I have this book, page 91. It says non-player character dwarf clerics can rise as high as the 7th level, though this usually takes hundreds of years. So what does it say in the player's handbook?
Where did you see it? Where was that?
So in my edition of the Cyclopedia, known as Deities and Demigods, which I have from Blaine McGuire, who we're still looking for. This is which version? This is, I don't know. Doesn't say. Doesn't say what edition I have. This is a 1980 edition. So.
Is it under Moradin?
It's under Moradin. Page 91 in mine.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, non-player character dwarven clerics can rise as high as the 7th level. Those usually takes 100 years. Okay, very good work. Very good investigative work, James. And then I assume we will find on page 14.
Yes, 8.
Yeah. Oh, well, I know what the answer is for May. Gary always wins.
Right. So he put down 8th level. So it would be 8th.
Wait a second, James. Okay, hold on. I have some questions for you. Is it true that subsequent books supersede prior books?
They typically do.
Whoa, wait. Whoa, boo. What do you guys think of that?
They're all angry.
Yeah, they are. I saw you put in typically.
I did say typical. Well, I'm going to have to read this again. So, okay, so the question is valid. It's a valid question. It's kind of... so I'm back to what's his face.
It's valid, but when it only deals with NPCs, I mean, its relevance is dwindling, isn't it?
Right. Can rise as 7th, though it takes hundreds of years. So I retract. I would say the deities and demigods, if I will say this is my true answer. If you are using the deities and demigods book and you're praying to Moradin, you can go to 7th level, even though he's supposedly the father of the dwarves. However, if you don't use that and use another pantheon, they could be as high as 8th level per the player's handbook.
I like that. It's scary. It's scary how similar I think you're becoming to me. So I like that. And I'm not saying I've rubbed off on you, but your art of reconciliation is indeed impressive. Okay, one could make an argument. It says they can rise to as high as 7th level, correct? Does that mean that that's true? Does that mean that it's the max? They can rise. Is it true or false, James? Non-player character dwarves can rise as high as the 7th level. True or false?
It says here, yeah, it says true because it says that.
Does that mean that they can't go to 8th level? If you can rise to 8th level, can you rise as high as 7th level? Or does as high suggest a ceiling?
I think the way I would read it, it infers a ceiling, but
okay. Well, just if we're trying to reconcile. Okay. My answer would be I do not think if there's an this is tough, James.
So, well, okay, let's keep going because I'm going to go back to page 90. Non-human deities. There's a whole host of creatures which have been created in the game of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons that have either been spawned from the minds of myths of past men or created entirely from the minds of game masters. Such a wide variety of creatures and subcultures requires an equally wide diversity of deities and lesser beings. The blah, blah, blah. The non-human races occupy different places in every dungeon master's individual world. So, this section seeks to only outline some major beings. A complete pantheon of dwarven gods, demigods, can be easily imagined, but its complete notation is too awkward a task. So it's up to the DM to do this. So I still stand with my thing, which is these are representative. If you played Moradin, you would limit your clerics to 7th, but if you used another pantheon, it could be higher level.
That's a pretty good answer. I like that answer quite well. I mean, it's reconciliation. I mean, it's BS, but it's a good reconciliation. I like it. You know, one of the problems I have is that this isn't Gary. You know, and so I would like to say superseding applies. Gary can supersede Gary in the Holy Trinity. Now, I'm a big fan of this book, to be sure, and one of the reasons why this gets difficult, because I'm about to say, yeah, but I don't think this should supersede the Player's Handbook, because I'm not going to have in the games I would not have Jim superseding Gary, but it gets complicated, because remember we had Jim on the show, and we asked Jim about Claire about what was the question that we asked? If you're a deity, do you have to be the same alignment as your deity?
Same alignment.
And if I recall correctly, in the DMG, there was some indication that it wasn't absolute. And in the deities and demigods, it said it has to be. And we asked Jim about that. And if I recall correctly, Jim said Gary blessed, no pun intended, blessed that part of the book. So it gets complicated because you don't know what parts Gary has blessed in the deities and demigods and which he hasn't. If there's a conflict between the two, I don't know. I'm going, okay, I don't know. I have no answer. Let's see. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not the sage. You're the sage this time. So let's see how you do. In his general on this issue of Dragon Magazine, Roger Moore suggests one logical answer to this problem. To resolve the discrepancy, it can be ruled that dwarven clerics with 18 ascend to 8th level, while all others are limited to 7th level. In the final, it includes 8th level dwarven clerics, or regardless of wisdom score, is a matter of choice and circumstance. Perhaps if your campaign was begun with a pre-generated band of dwarves that includes characters who have 7th level cleric ability. Oh, as per the monster manual. Whoa. What? You must allow the possibility of those characters rising to 8th level. But such an advancement, even if possible, would take decades of game time to achieve. According to the age determination charts in the DMG, dwarven clerics who are established as NPCs already almost 300 years old. If a dwarf has spent, say, 200 years rising from 1st level to as high as 7th level, and then the advancements from 7th to 11th, 7th to 8th is certainly not going to come about overnight. Okay, so you're looking at the monster manual, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a long paragraph. I don't see anything about clerics in here. It doesn't mean it's not.
I assume it's there somewhere. So.
Well, here they have. If you have 320 dwarves encountered, the highest level is a 7th level cleric. So
this is interesting. So, and a monster manual is first. Mm-hmm. So, Gary 7th in dwarves. Player's handbook, he changes to 8th. I wonder if Jim. I mean, who knows? these are not the kind of things you like. Who wants to ask this during a podcast? You know what I mean? We're not like 60 Minutes. Hey, Jim. We're definitely not 60 Minutes. Hey, Jim, why'd you put that in the D's and Demigods?
I'm sure if we
yeah.
had this question, we would have asked it, and he would have said, "Go to this Dragon magazine," which would have been hilarious if he did that.
No, we're not up there yet.
Right.
All right. So Roger Moore does a reconciliation. All right. I think that's I think it's a mistake.
Okay.
What do you think?
Can we move on?
Yes, we can.
I'll take a loss. I'm fine with that.
Why is the word? I liked your answer actually. I liked yours better. Why is deity Moradin non-psionic while dwarves can be?
Oh, I remember this one. I'm sure Roger Moore tackled that too.
He did.
I'm gonna say that I think it's gonna probably have to do with something that deities, spells and abilities, they're representative. They don't necessarily mean that the creatures underneath them have to be the same. He chooses not to be psionic, something like that nonsense.
Yeah, I mean that sounds as good as anything. Again, Roger Moore tackled this problem in his article by suggesting that Moradin simply doesn't let on that he has psionic powers.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's, I don't like, okay. I mean, it doesn't say he has them. It probably says nil, right? Preferring to keep.
I'm sure it is, yeah.
Nil means nil. Nil doesn't mean
unknown.
Not nil. Right? He's hiding it, preferring to keep his thoughts to himself. Without assuming so much about what kind of a guy Moradin is, the question can also be approached in this fashion. Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy, who's writing this? Dwarven? They know it's Procurum. Dwarves and a half. Where's Gene Wells? Well, on her back. Dwarves and halflings are the only characters besides humans who can possess psionic ability, and only dwarves and halflings of an unusual nature are eligible. Unusual in this case can be taken to include those. Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of this. You know what I say? Don't use psionics. I mean, but then again, I guess you have to use psionics, just not for PCs.
Well,
right?
Here under Moradin, it says psionic ability 6. I don't even know what a psionic ability 6 means. What does that mean?
Wait, what?
Under page 90, back to page 91. Apparently, this is the Moradin show.
What the heck is going on? I'm confused.
Oh, it's nil, 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 nil. That's what 6 means.
Oh.
But being listed as 6 cannot use psionics and are invulnerable to any type of psionic attack, including psionic blast. So yeah, he's basically like, I don't want to deal with it. So if you go under page 6 of the deities and demigods, we're flipping and turning as usual.
Yeah, okay.
They, instead of like writing them out, they have classes of it.
Okay. Right, so instead of so you get all excited. Woohoo, I'm a 6. What did you get? I got 2. I got 6. Wow, that's. You look it up, you're like, oh, that's nil. Cannot use psionics and are invulnerable.
Right.
Just make something up. So there's weirdo dwarves that why do you have to your deity have psionics? How do you know there's not a dwarven deity that has psionics? Why? That's not the full pantheon.
Right. Back to my thing there.
Yeah.
Moradin is just because he's the father of the dwarves, but there's a large pantheon. The idea is he created them. Okay, I get it. Well, maybe he decided they needed psionics and he didn't want it. Good for thee, not for me.
Right? Or give him psionics if you want, right? Okay. So here you go, James. Now, I know you're tired of it being the Moradin show, so let's move on to something different, okay? You ready?
Right.
Because you're sick of Moradin, right? Okay. Next question. Concerning Moradin, worshippers' alignment for him is listed as lawful good dwarves. Does this mean that only lawful good dwarves may worship him, all dwarves and any other lawful good characters may worship him? I actually like this question. So this is more than just Moradin, right? This is a worshipper's alignment question. So I kind of like this. So to repeat, worshipper's alignment is listed as lawful good dwarves. Does this mean that only lawful good dwarves may worship him, or that all dwarves and any other lawful good characters may worship him? So the question is, you got to have both of those, lawful good dwarves, or is it lawful? What do you think?
It's lawful good or dwarves.
Okay. Well, well, you know it's going to be a long one. It starts with well, comma. Here we go. I know. This has been rough. Well, I picked this one. Well, it can mean both of those things, not at the same time, and a few others besides. Here we go. It depends on the circumstances of the campaign. If Moradin is the only dwarven god in the DM's pantheon, then dwarves don't have much choice if they want or feel a need to worship a dwarven deity. Non-lawful, non-good dwarves, such as player character thieves and assassins, might have difficulty adhering to Moradin's standards. However, if Moradin is the only dwarven god, and he knows he's the only dwarven god, and if those dwarven thieves and assassins don't have another acceptable deity to turn to, then Moradin might not look upon those dwarves with absolute disapproval and can be expected to understand their plight. He is lawful good after all, even if some dwarves might not be. In a campaign with fully developed dwarven pantheon, where dwarves of non-lawful, non-good alignments can worship a more agreeable deity, then it is unlikely that Moradin would want to attract or have to put up with any dwarves who aren't lawful good. General guidelines of how to run the deities of a campaign are virtually impossible to set forth because of the vast number of variables involved, but it is probably safe to say that there are no foreseeable circumstances where this is interesting. Okay, ready? I know you're sleeping. Wake up. But it is probably safe to say that there are no foreseeable circumstances where a non-dwarf, even a lawful good non-dwarf, would worship Moradin. What do you think of that? Likewise, the right to worship a certain non-human deity is generally limited to members of that particular race. But the prohibition can't always work the other way. Dwarf, for instance, can certainly worship human and other non-dwarven deities if that deity's outlook is the same. So, while not all dwarves must necessarily worship dwarven gods, all the worshippers of any dwarven god will be dwarves themselves. Oh, what do you think about that, James? I know you're catching up on your other work.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
I think you were like doing your grocery list. I heard you typing up.
Well, people are actually I'm doing the work of the show because this is. He basically said it depends. It's nonsense.
But I don't like that. What do you all? While not all dwarves must necessarily worship dwarves, so dwarves get to worship human deities, but the human can't worship the dwarven deity.
That makes no sense.
It's certainly not in today's day and age. This is wrong, right?
No, I don't ascribe to that. I certainly think that particularly here's why I would say like humans and dwarves, they all have souls. So I assume the deity doesn't care what kind of souls he gets. Souls are souls.
So that is kind of interesting. So there's like so there's a Moradin temple or something, and you show up and you're a human.
Right.
You will look a little odd though,
you'll
won't
be tall.
you? That's right.
You're awful tall for a dwarf.
Right. And where's your beard? Yeah.
Right.
Huh.
But I could see some humans like a offshoot cult that are enamored by the forging and the craftsmanship, armorers and smiths who are like, why am I going with the human forgers when I can go straight to the source, the best forgers out there?
That's it. Yeah. Okay. Or like Dances with Wolves. Maybe you were raised by dwarves. I know he wasn't raised by Native Americans.
Dances with Dwarves. The next Dances with Dwarves next on Grogtalk.
But okay, so lawful good, open friend door. All right, it is what it is. I mean, I just view. Well, it says worshippers. Does it mean it has to be that? What does it mean? Okay, hang on. Now we're flipping and turning. Where's worshippers alignment? All right, this deities and demigods, page 6. This refers to the general alignment of those who worship, adore, or propitiate.
Propitiate.
Worship, adore, or propitiate. Apparently, these are three different. So you could just adore. You don't have to worship, right. James. You could. I adore Moradin. You can adore or propitiate. This does not necessarily apply to the alignment of the deity's clerics, which must be done. So this just says the general alignment. When I see general, I think that just means like generally, right? All right.
Win or
whatever.
regard the favor of a god, spirit, or person by doing something that pleases them.
Oh, okay. So you could you're just propitiating.
Yeah.
I'm not adore. I don't adore. I don't. Okay. All right. Moving on. Last one. James is the last one.
Ugh. Go ahead.
And I know you're gonna be very happy to move away from.
Are we ending on a high note?
And I know you want to move away. You're sick of dwarf questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
here
it
we
makes sense. The only thing that would have been worse is if I'm surprised you didn't pick the gnomes, all about gnomes one.
Well, I almost picked the monk one, but I think those would be too hard. Yeah. Nothing personal. Can a dwarf use a longsword in one hand? A dwarf is too short to use a dwarf use it two-handed, and if so, does he strike every other round with it? So can a dwarf use a longsword in one hand, and can he use a bastard sword two-handed? And if so, does he strike every other round?
I don't know what the every other round is. But longsword in one hand is a yes. That is a yes. I think the only limit is creatures under 5 feet can't use a weapon of certain height or something like that. So what's the height of a longsword?
Yeah, what's the length? We have that
in the player's handbook. Flipping and turning.
All right. You're right. It's where all the adjustments are. Okay.
So we're going to page 30 something.
38, I believe. 38.
37, 38. Yep, 38.
3.5 feet.
Right. So
how tall is a dwarf, James?
4 plus or minus.
Oh, that's pretty big.
That is.
Pretty big.
So
but
now,
it says there's a rule, though, right? You said there's a rule, right? Where's the rule?
I'm trying to remember the rule. The rule is that you can. What did I say? That weapons of a certain size can't be used by. Now, where is that rule? Gosh, I have no idea.
It is somewhere.
It's somewhere. It's somewhere in here.
Right?
And trying to remember where in God's name it is. I would like to propitiate. Can I propitiate? I'd like to be propitiating for some divine favor to find where I would find this rule. Maybe it's in the DM. Maybe it's in the DMG.
No one on the chat is.
No,
we're terrible students.
No, they haven't said. Where did I see that? I don't know. So okay. I'm going by my gut. Longsword, yes. Bastard sword, two-handed, yes. Bastard sword, one-handed, no.
And this is actually an important question because, right, dwarves, you want to be a halfling and you want the longsword. Okay. Whether a dwarf can use or carry...
Here we go.
Where? What page? Reference, please.
Page 19.
Obviously. Why would it be with the weapon
of the
length?
player's handbook?
Oh, armor and weapons permitted. That makes sense. Okay.
Characters
Asterisk 3.
Asterisk 3. Rules AF. There's maybe my next one.
Mm-hmm.
Characters under 5 feet height cannot employ the longbow or any weapon over 12 feet in length. Those under 100 pounds cannot use any heavy crossbow or polearms, including two-handed swords. So, is he what kind of character? Dwarf fighter?
Let's assume. Sure.
Then the answer is he can use any of those items.
Because it's just simply... Yeah, that's interesting. Any character under 5 feet cannot employ 12 or 12 feet in length. Okay. Okay. So I'm a dwarf. I can use a longsword?
Yep.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Yes.
I can use a longsword. I can use a bastard sword. I can use a two-handed sword as long as I'm over 100 pounds.
That seems... Oh. Wow. So weight can be...
Yes.
So weight... Okay. That seems... So if I just hit 100 pounds, I can use a longsword. So I need to bulk up. I need to drink and sure.
Right.
So I'm 99... How can you increase your weight in the game? So if you roll 99 pounds, you have to talk to the DM and ask if you can go on a weight gain program, like protein, right? Eat a lot of what are those? Eat a lot of cockatrices. Tastes like cockatrice.
I believe if you eat the cockatrice, you'll be stoned.
On the inside, your innards turn to stone. I don't feel so good. I like cockatrice, but it doesn't like me. Okay, all right. I should start reading. It's only basically an entire side of the page.
Oh no, this is horrible.
Whether a dwarf can use or carry any sword longer than a short sword is a matter of conjecture and contention. Certainly, a dwarf is capable of lifting and swinging a long sword, a broadsword, and a bastard sword, but the shortest of these weapons is almost as tall as the average dwarf. This makes such weapons unwieldy, even in the hands of a dwarf or other diminutive humanoid with above average strength or dexterity. No dwarf in his right mind would try to carry such a weapon around with him. It is true. Where is it? Isn't he like, it's always knocking on the floor and scary? No, unless he enjoys being overly encumbered and likes wearing his scabbard belt around his shoulders. There's humor there, James. Got it.
Not much.
Not much. Very little. Any dwarf who tries to take a longsword down the dungeon steps is probably going to clank and clatter so much that he'll be a walking lure for wandering monsters. Okay, I think that's fair. Other PCs aren't going to put up with this sort of situation for very long, if at all. If a dwarf finds himself unarmed in the midst of melee and there's a longsword lying on the floor nearby, nothing is to prevent him from grabbing it and flailing away. But he isn't going to wield it well. For one thing, he can't possibly be proficient in the use of such a weapon. Wow, did you hear that? For one thing, James, he can't possibly be proficient in the use of such a weapon. What do you think of that?
I think this answer sucks.
Wow.
I don't like his answer at all. But go ahead.
Or her.
Or her.
Probably not. I don't think that this doesn't sound like Gene Wells.
No, it doesn't.
And in addition, and she's been banned. And in addition to the customary penalty for non-proficiency. So wow, sage advice, sir, said cannot be proficient in a longsword if you're a dwarf. The DM anyway, they're always taking an axe anyway, aren't they? And in addition to the customary penalty for non-proficiency, the DM might justifiably tack on penalties to the weapon speed factor. It's a adjustment against Sage's figure. Even if a dwarf is able to manipulate a longsword or broadsword and score a hit despite all the penalties attached to the attempt, he might be unable to bring the weapon or bear on a target with any more effectiveness than if he were wielding a short sword. Yeah, take a drink, please. And perhaps it would be adjusted even, blah, 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 blah. Whether or not a dwarf can use a longsword or a broadsword with one hand or a bastard sword with two hands is a topic that calls for more interpretation by the DM. If you choose to allow a dwarf to employ a longsword with one hand, then you'll have to make a different set of penalties for one-handed or two-handed use of the weapon and make the one-handed enough so that it's highly advisable to use the weapon with both hands if used at all. The penalties that might accrue to a dwarf. I can't sleep because I got to read it. Trying to use, where was I? Okay, all right. Well, I'm done talking now, John.
It doesn't make any. I totally don't agree with that. Now, first of all, this goes back to my whole challenge with sage advice. It's a hard gig. They should have, like we've talked about before, there are rules, rulings, and house rules. Rules are rules. Like you roll D10 for fighter hit dice. That's a rule. Like half these that come up where they literally didn't read the DMG or the player's handbook. This is a ruling. They don't even cite the rule that it's based on. The rule we talked about is what people have put and what I said, page 19, which says if they're over 100 pounds, they are not restricted by that. If they're less than 5 feet, they can't use polearms. It doesn't say swords. His argument of, well, the sword is as long as him. Well, look at how long a two-handed sword is. It's 6 foot long.
Oh, good point.
So if you have a short human, they can't use a two-handed sword. We don't do that.
Oh, that's true. They usually have it. I see it like on your back, right? And it's
correct.
Scabbard comes up above you, and it's kind of a cool look, actually.
Yeah, people don't have their two-handed sword on their hilt, on their side. It would drag across the floor.
Well, they did once.
Yeah.
Once. Like, where does this go?
Yeah, they just
right.
And then you wouldn't, again, if you want to say that, that's fine, but then you're really going to have to limit. You'd have to apply that rule to everything. You couldn't use pole arms. Are you using the rule about space required? because pole arms they should be ridiculous in a dungeon. Who's bringing a pike all in there? Well, they shouldn't anyway. But a lucerne, not a lucerne. A spear is 13 feet long potentially.
Yeah, I get it. It's making it also then that you're discouraging people being dwarves because they're short. Yeah, I don't have strong feelings one way or another. I wouldn't have a problem with the DM modifying this to take these things in, at least to think about. It's interesting to think about. I mean, you've talked about weapon space rules, right? You've talked about spacing for a weapon, that everyone's in melee, and you're whacking around with a long sword.
Two-handed sword. It needs a 6-foot radius. I mean, it's like you're doing this kind of thing. You're swinging back and forth, or you're chopping. And again, now we're getting into the wargaming thing, and that's when it becomes difficult.
You are, and you're going to look like a jerk and sound like a jerk. Players aren't going to be unhappy. Hey, I want to play a dwarf, and I'm taking a longsword. Well, I'm going to impose a penalty. Why? Because then you get into this big debate, and the player's like, it doesn't say that. Talks about height of the weapon, and there's rules on that. It's not here. It's probably just easier just to be like, yeah, no worries. I'm with you.
So
okay, you convinced me.
So again, if you're going to do rulings, here's how I've ruled it. They can use longswords. They can't use bastard swords. They can't use two-handed swords. I have in the ruling on page 19 that you could infer that halflings could use longswords. I've said no, they can't use longswords. They can use short swords. And they could use a longsword like a two-handed sword. That's basically how I've ruled it. So I would do the same thing. I would say longswords is normal, bastard swords is the two-handed sword for them. They can't use a two-handed sword.
Yeah, and the final paragraph here is kind of like that to an extent. It says, in matters like this, where the rules provide no specific allowances or prohibitions, logic and rule. I think it should stop there. It then says it is enough for a DM to discourage the use of longswords by dwarves by administering logical and sensible penalties to the attempt, rather than by issuing an outright proclamation against such activity. Let players do what they want as long as they're price. So I kind of wish it stopped with just that last sentence. So I think that I don't know what I think. I think the DM should have I know we do. I know a lot of this is book, right? I mean, because then it's boring to say, well, the DM can do whatever they want. But I wouldn't have a massive problem here with the DM imposing some sort of restrictions on it. But I agree with you. It seems best just to
Well, fortunately, our Canadian friends are reminding us of other Canadians who we haven't put in our suspect pool. Mm-hmm. Shannon reminded me that Rob/Menyon, or Menyon, also known as Rob, was in Canada as well. So
probably, I wonder if he went to Japan in like May of 1981.
Yeah, that's right. Menyon, can you let us know if you went to Japan in 1981 to escape justice?
Menyon was sort of traveling through. Didn't he start in Scotland or something, or England?
Did he go west and follow a trail of bodies? Yeah, exactly.
Didn't we talk about, what was it? Somebody, Joel the Ripper? Didn't we have some serial killer in England?
Yeah.
And then earlier.
Right.
And now it's
all coming together.
Trans-Canada Highway, so he's traveling. Him and Vic. Maybe there's two of them.
Well, I assume Vic...
Vic didn't know. I had no idea that dude was doing that. He wanted to see Canada. He's like, I'm heading to Japan. All right, going west. Can you get me to British Columbia? Can you get me to Vancouver?
Yeah.
Sure.
And a string of bodies followed.
Right.
So. Okay, well, maybe, this will be a good opportunity for, if you are on YouTube, go listen to David's YouTube channel. It's got a lot of great D&D and other gaming things, and he probably will admit to being the killer. Or listen to Rob Menyon's podcast, Confessions of a Wee Timorous Bushy, which means he's probably confessing to being the killer.
You got to read between the lines.
You got to read between the lines.
Or listen to it backward. If you listen to Menyon's podcast backwards, he probably admits it.
Right.
It's me. I did it.
I am the...
I'm the trans. They got the wrong guy. That poor dude.
That's right. It's like the satanic... It goes back to satanic back. All right. Are we done with Sage Advice? Please tell me we're done with Sage Advice.
Yeah. All right. And I'm going to... Yeah. You got to do something like 30 seconds because I need to make sure that my wife is up because she's got an appointment at 10 and I haven't heard from her. It's 9:45, James. This is what happens, a live podcast.
Shouldn't have a lot. Okay.
What are we doing next?
I don't know what we're doing next. We are doing random encounter whenever you get back.
That's hard for you to carry on without me.
Well, okay, I'm gonna start. I'll start. Go ahead. Hurry up. Do your thing.
Hold on, be right back.
All right, so that was Sage Advice. Now we're moving on to Random Encounter. So if anyone would like to confess to this killing in 1981, that would be, let us know. Even though it's been solved, we assume that they did it wrong. Let's go back and figure it out. So we're now going to Random Encounter, and I'm sorry, Shannon, we could have used your dice, so I'm looking forward to using them next time.
What'd you guys say? What'd you guys say about me?
We
talking about me?
I said I was doing auditions. I'm like, if you can come up with random nonsense and
you're replacing me,
disappear at times during the show, yes, you could be a guest host at auditioning for the permanent
That's
spot.
the qualifications. Great, I'm already being replaced. I accept.
All right.
Okay.
So now we're on Random Encounter.
Let's do it. All right, the Dorso roll.
That's right, the Dorso roll.
The Trans-Canada Highway Killer roll.
That's right.
We confirmed this Dorso.
6.
What are we doing? That is the Monster Manual 2.
Right, the Cave Bear is still the winner. We're trying to defeat the Cave Bear.
But the merchant lives.
The merchant did live.
Right? He's the only two times people have lived. They've both been men. They ran.
Because they're smart.
Men are weak. Men are weak. They're smart and weak. They run.
Coward dies 1,000 deaths, but he's still alive to think about it. That's
yep. Right. All right. Okay. So I am flipping and turning to the back of this. Mm-hmm. Sir, I need a die 10.
All right. Die 10. 2.
We are in a dungeon.
Oh, that's convenient.
I need a die 10 for the level.
6. Ooh, that's pretty good.
Whoa. It's going to be this is going to be a good one. Okay. Now it is time for the D8 and D12.
All right. I'm using the pink D8, D12 and coming up with a 7. 7.
Otyugh.
An Otyugh or an Otyugh?
Oh, well, I don't know how to pronounce it. Otyugh. Otyugh. That's a classic Monster Manual 1, right?
Yeah.
Otyugh.
Otyugh or Otyugh?
Well, that's the question. How do you? Okay. Oh, wait a second, James.
Go back to Dragon 90-something.
Well, yes, can you pull that up? Oh, I wanted that to be a segment. I keep forgetting to do that. All right, you need to pull it. Can you pull that up? Do you remember Dragon? I will start reading this. That look on your face. I will start reading.
Which Dragon was it from?
Well, I don't know. You're going to have to
91?
type in Dragon Magazine pronunciations. Probably, don't you think?
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, you read.
Was this one of the ones that was a little toy? I can't remember.
I believe so. I'd have to look in the art and the Arcana.
Okay, so the creature that we are discussing, these weird monsters. Oh, I hope it was created by a mad wizard. We'll find out. These weird monsters are omnivorous scavengers, not at all hesitant about adding a bit of fresh meat to their diet of dung, offal, and carrion. Oh, yeah, I remember these guys. They hang out and eat a bunch of trash and all that. They're just kind of sit in a dungeon. They hate direct sunlight or bright light, so they are found underground in most cases. Usually 90%, only a single individual is encountered. For Otyugh typically live in partnership with other subterranean monsters.
No, it's not
the Otyugh will dwell. What is it?
Otyugh, like I said.
Otyugh?
Here.
Otyugh. AT-YUG. Otyugh. Oh.
Assuming this is the monster that you rolled.
That's it. I pronounced it so badly you weren't even sure what we were talking about. Otyugh. So the O is an A. Otyugh. Okay, thank you. The Otyugh has a sensory organ stalk and 2 tentacle arms, which protrude from its hideous body. The eyes are always thrust above the offal the creature lairs under. Wait, what? What's above the offal? What? Oh, offal is like trash or something, right? OFFAL.
The waste or the.
A diet of dung. So he eats like smoldering dung. He eats dung.
That's right. The diet of dung. You'll lose weight if you eat dung.
Do you? You don't put on the pounds?
I think we would.
Probably. Okay, so the eyes are always thrust above the offal the creature. So he's laying. So there's like a big thing of trash or dung, and he just sits underneath it.
Right.
His eyes. Okay.
He's like a landfill.
Where are his eyes? Oh, I see them. Are you looking at?
No, I'm not allowed to look at it. Remember, because you like to quiz me. I haven't looked at it.
All right, let's do it. We'll start with the quiz. What's his frequency, do you think?
Uncommon.
You're right. It's kind of scary. So, number appearing.
I want to say like 2 to 8 or something crazy.
No, not 1, but then there's parentheses of 2, so I guess we'll learn about that.
Okay.
8 AC?
6?
3.
Oh, wow. Tough.
3. Movement, they move around.
I guess 12?
6, so not that fast. So you can outrun them probably.
Objection, Your Honor, misleading. They move around. You kind of led me to thinking it was.
Oh, right. I suggesting it was fast. Yeah, no, when I said move around, I was surprised they moved much at all.
Oh, I see.
Not meaning like, man, those things can move. they're sprightly. Hit dice.
Oh, are they 7? 6?
Oh, wonderful. You were right. You were actually right twice. 6 to 8.
Okay.
That's nasty.
Yeah, they're decent.
Okay, I don't understand this. Percent and layer.
100%?
That's what I would think it would be. It's actually nil.
Oh, nil. So I
don't know what nil means. They don't have a layer?
They don't have a layer. They kind of move around.
They go where the trash goes. They follow the seagulls. Number of attacks.
I think they have 2.
3.
Oh, 3.
1 to 8, 1 to 8, 2 to 5.
Okay.
Do they have any special attacks?
I think they give you disease or something.
That would make sense. Yes, disease. I mean, they're eating all that dung. Special defenses?
I don't think they have a special defense.
They do, actually.
Oh.
They are never surprised.
Oh, interesting. Very good. That's going to be useful.
Yep. Their intelligence is low average. So, all right. So, the Otyugh will dwell in a true state with other powerful monsters in order to scavenge droppings and other leavings. In most cases, Otyugh live in piles of dung and rubbish and thrive there. So basically, you've got so if you have a well-run dungeon,
right,
you have the gelatinous cube doing the cleaning, coming through, like those sweepers. We've talked about this before, right? Like you see the sweepers on the road.
The Roomba of dungeons. Yeah,
and you better make sure that there's something. Do you need to how do you know that? We've talked about this. How do you know that he's coming? You don't want to just be standing there and walk into the gelatinous cube. I guess maybe you throw stuff in it. Always make sure there's something in it, so you see it. Like red flag things that come off of your truck. So you need to red flag it. And then you got the Otyugh. Otyugh is.
Right.
Okay.
He's your waste removal.
So you think you can buy him? Like Otyughs, Joy, come down to our store for the best supply of. Do you need an Otyugh for your dungeon?
Well, yeah, because you want it to reduce the waste. It's a compactor, basically.
Yeah, that's great. He's a compactor, a septic system, all in one. Okay.
Because you've got it's that whole. It's like the sea, right? The sharks chew up the big bits, and then the little bits flat down, and these other creatures kind of consume it. Circle of life.
Oh well, that's interesting. What is the Otyugh's? Does he defecate?
Yeah. What? And who eats the Otyugh's waste?
This sounds like a Dr. Seuss book.
1 poop, 2 poop, 3 poop, 4. I see an Otyugh poop here. I see an Otyugh poop there. I see an Otyugh. What kind of poop does the Otyugh leave for all of us to share? Yeah,
and it's a story. Yeah, it's like the little nature story, right? Like who eats the Otyugh's poop? It's a charming pop-up story, or is it a pop-down story?
No, it's scratch and sniff. No. Scratch and Sniff Monster Manual would be amazing. We should make one. Scratch and Sniff Monster Manual.
Why does your finger smell like poop?
I was playing with my new book from Grogtalk.
Don't lie.
Scratch.
Don't lie, James.
Scratch and sniff.
You just had that book around as an excuse.
Scratch and sniff. Brought to you by Ronco in association with Grogtalk.
We should sell that. We should sell. Maybe we get Aggie to do the pictures, the drawings. We could have we could sell it at GrogCon. The scratch and sniff. Who eats the Otyugh poop?
Scratch
Okay.
and sniff. Monster Manual / Who eats Otyugh poop?
Okay.
Eats.
You're a very strange man, James. Okay.
I am. Who's talking?
James, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
No, I'm reporting out I'm reading the monster entry. Okay. That's okay.
Who eats monster poop? That's the name of the thing, right? Who eats monster poop?
The Otyugh has a sensory organ stalk and 2 tentacle arms, which protrude from its hideous body. The eyes are always thrust above the offal. I always learn words. The creature layers under, and this prevents surprise. So it's like a little periscope. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Its tentacles have sharp ridges and are used to deliver smashing blows to prey. The creature's mouth is sucker-like and filled with many teeth. If it bites any victims, it is 90% likely to be infected by disease. Typhus. Oh, gosh. Okay.
Typhus, yeah. And then you can roll in that table, which is super fun.
Yeah. And the thing is, you don't even know that you've got it, I assume. I don't know what happens when you have typhus. What's typhoid fever? Is that the same? Typhus? Typhoid fever?
Typhus and typhoid fever are different, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Okay. These monsters have no interest whatsoever in treasure as humans know it, but their partners may. Occasionally making the guarding of treasure they value a condition of allowing the Otyugh to dwell in semi-symbiosis with them. So clearly, when you're opening up a dungeon, you're like, yeah, you know what we need? We need an Otyugh. Without question.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the part of the starter set. My first dungeon. You want a cube.
Right.
You want that guy. The Otyugh green slime is good.
And that's why you're killing people that come in there, because you need to give him. Well, wait. What's the symbiosis? Oh, he guards our treasure. Okay, so the treasure room. You put the Otyugh. Ooh, I don't want to go into that room. You put the Otyugh in the treasure room.
Yep. And
he guards it, and you feed him. Well, this is a win. Yes, well, and that's why it's symbiosis. This is a win-win.
Right.
So basically, how would you construct this? Because usually, when you go to the parks, they just have the wood. You got the hole in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So would you construct a place like the Otyugh is underneath, and you're just basically
what parks have holes in the ground? What are you talking about?
Well,
outhouses?
Yes. So basically, how are you constructing?
What kind of parks are you going to? When's the last time you've seen an outhouse?
1981.
Okay. In British Columbia.
In British Columbia, before I moved to Florida.
Yes, now it all makes sense.
I had to get out. I had my reasons. I had to get out of there quick.
Right, now it makes sense. I
lived in. Yes, I spent my time in Banff. Okay, so construct this for me, James. So you're a GC, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're a general contractor,
right?
And I want construct construct my treasure room for me. It's the outhouse Otyugh treasure.
Well, there used to be a game called Dungeon Keeper, which was great. And the idea of it was you were the dungeon and you had to keep the human heroes, those stupid goody two-shoe heroes, from attacking your dungeon. You put all these traps in here, so that would be perfect. So I would say yes, we would have. Well, what's your budget, first of all? We would need to understand your budget. How many visitors are you planning? Because you have to size this thing properly. How many fair maidens are you capturing? How many slaves? What's your slave to eating ratio? Because some monsters, they mostly use slaves. They eat some of them. Others pretty much eat them all. All that's going to contribute to the volume of waste.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So I may just have slaves. Like, what's my job? Is basically you're feeding. You just eat and then go into that room.
Right.
And so do you see it
I envision more like a pit, and there's like a cliff, and just people just kind of squat over and it just...
Yeah. Okay. See, I saw a hole. I saw like some wood and a hole.
Right.
But you just see just sort of, and it runs down.
Yeah.
Oh, the push spell.
Push the poop off.
We
Exactly.
got the magic user doing the push spell, and he's pushing it down to the Otyugh, who's got then the treasures down there. Here's the problem, though. When it comes time to get the treasure, who's getting it? You get it, James. You go down there. Yeah, it's your turn.
It's all good.
Flip a coin. Okay.
It's and that's that is sort of the problem with treasure, right? If you actually hoard it and you want us to look at it, and if it's full of dung, that's not that great.
Well, maybe that's good. That's smart, right? So basically, you finally get to the treasure room, and you're like, really? Wow. Okay.
We're going to talk about the economy later, so that would be a good.
Yeah, if you paid your taxes. Oh, it's true. We have to pay our taxes too. So we're running the dungeon. We don't want to get in trouble with the government. Do you think there's well operated? Yeah. Well, okay. We'll pay our. So we have an accountant.
Well-regulated dungeons.
Okay. Otyugh speak their own language and are semi-telepathic, thus often able to communicate with other life forms. When the Otyugh so desire. See, there's a Neo Otyugh.
Yes.
What?
There's an improved one.
So I assume the Otyugh is basically just there, so that way when you see a treasure heap, he attacks you. Because the player characters are looking through the heap.
Right.
Right, and the Otyugh attacks. Is that right?
I mean, the way they've been done is like a layer of ogres and gnolls and whatever, goblins, orcs. When they're done with their trash, they just throw it into the giant heap.
Right, and the Otyugh, right. And so you should put your treasure in there.
Well, you also could have a room in the same room, so you could keep your treasure separate from that.
But isn't the point... Okay, so how does the Otyugh guard the treasure?
Well, because he's a giant monster, and you say... Yeah, exactly. You put the Otyugh in the room before the treasure room.
Oh, okay.
And you say, don't let anyone in there except me. Because he's not a moron.
Right, and it could also be a... So you could put it in a secret. You could have a secret room, right?
Right.
Have a secret room off of. So you have the So you have the bathroom. I don't know what they're called in garter robes or something like that. So you have the garter robe, if I've got my name right. So that's where you go to use the bathroom. You use it. And then you've got and so you got the.
Is that the grog line?
It's the trash apparently. So you got the right. So it's the refuse room, and it's the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And you got the Otyugh in there. He can move.
Right.
You have it piled like right next to the secret passage door, probably, don't you think?
Right.
So you'd have to be searching for it. You're like searching for it, and he comes and he attacks you.
Yeah, and for the poor slaves, because what you also would probably do is like they kill the dead adventurer. They're not going to pick their bodies. They just chuck the body into the Otyugh room, Otyugh, and he eats it. He poops out the treasure, and then someone has to go dig through and then clean off that treasure and put it into the treasure room.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
So you have two choices when you get captured by the goblins or the orcs. You can either be eaten, you can have relations and breed half-breed things.
Right.
Or you're the treasure finder.
Yeah, and what's nice about it is they give you this choice, and they really don't care. It's completely up to you.
Right.
We don't care. You pick.
Right.
It's very nice of them, right?
Assuming there's no quotas, like if everyone's picking treasure finder, then they may have to put a limit on it. But
so you got to pick fast. So you've been captured. There's 5 of you. You've been captured.
Right.
And it's like, okay, we've got the following positions available.
It's a job fair.
Right, but once they go.
Right, you default back to 1. Or you could be resold as a slave, be a slave for breeding, cleaning out treasure, or eaten.
Mm-hmm. Right. Pick fast. Okay. All right.
That's how I would run my dungeon. That would be in the starter manual with the Otyugh, how to run the Otyugh, how to keep an Otyugh happy.
Well, that would be a good article. How to run a well-run dungeon.
That is they were talking about the ecology of the Otyugh. I think that would be a better one. That's someone write it for Flipping and Turning, how to run a well-kept dungeon.
Right. Yeah.
An ecologically sensible dungeon. That's right.
Right. Be sure to pay your taxes. Neo-Otyughs are a larger, more intelligent species of Otyugh. They conform to the general characteristics of Otyugh and are even more aggressive in their hunting of prey. Oh, even more aggressive. So the good news is it sounds like Otyughs are aggressive because it says even more aggressive.
Yeah.
But what's the prey? The prey, they like dung, offal, and carrion. So, I mean, what are they going to like ask if you're constipated? They sense it? I mean, if you eat, they don't like people who eat a lot of fiber.
They sniff around.
I smell dung. You smell poopy.
Oh, there it is. There's another one. Let's see, 205. I smell poopy. It's going in. Oh, the humanity. I don't even have to use 205.
Oh, come on. All right. So I guess I mean what are they aggressive with? I mean, what are they going after?
I think they'll eat anything, but they go with the stuff that's not moving. It's a lot easier.
Okay.
But let's see.
So they're even also the Neo Otyugh are slightly better at.
Are we going to look at both of them? You can't look at both of them.
No, this is really it's almost done. Some specimens of these creatures reach over 8 feet in diameter and a height of more than 3 feet. The hide of a Neo Otyugh is even tougher. Because the reason I'm reading this, James, is because we're getting information about the Otyugh.
Okay.
Even tougher than the Otyugh, although the appearance is similar. So that's why they're AC. James, see, this gives us information. That's why it's an AC3. So you didn't realize that they have a tough hide. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Whatever. I mean, they're weird. Okay. They're interesting. Okay. Whatever.
Well,
okay.
And it says right at the beginning, we've read so much we forget. These weird monsters are omnivorous scavengers, not at all hesitant about adding a bit of fresh meat to their diet. So that implies...
you're right. That's what it is, because you want to make sure that they attack the party. So that's right. You got to have that line in there. So that way, when the party goes into the room, like, okay, I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. I'm going to the garderobe.
Right.
I got it. It's like our merchant.
Right. Anytime you have to relieve yourself, that's a danger time.
It is dangerous to go to the bathroom in D&D, isn't it? It's very risky. So, okay, so I'll see you go in there. All right, got it. All right, Otyugh. I'm sorry, Otyugh. Otyugh. I like how you acted like when I said Otyugh, like that was like crazy. Like Otyugh makes more sense. It's an O-T-Y. It's
for us it was Otyugh, but now Frank Menser's saying Otyugh.
Otyugh. There's a UGH. Ugh.
Right.
I don't know. Point that out.
So Otyugh. That's what we would say as opposed to Otyugh.
But it's Otyugh apparently.
Well, that's what Frank Menser says.
What's your point?
That's my point. All right, are we going to do this fight? Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so you're the Otyugh, Otyugh, whatever.
Oh, right.
I am the champion, Yogi, the cave bear, correct?
Yes. Oh, yeah. So, you're kind of like, you like trash. Don't bears like trash?
Maybe.
So we're at the park. We're in a park in British Columbia.
It's right off the highway.
You sniff something. You smell garbage.
Or I smell a dead body.
Wait, what dead body? Oh, that's awful. Okay, all right.
Got to keep up here.
Oh my God! Are you suggesting that the Trans Canada is a cave bear?
Is a cave bear.
We solved it.
Canadian cave bear.
It's been solved. It's been solved.
That's right. There we go. Ding ding. We found it. It's not a human. That would make too much sense. No wonder why he had no remorse. He couldn't be caught. He's a cave bear.
We owe a lot of apologies, don't we?
We do. We need to.
Well,
we don't. We did not say specifically half of our non-American audience was this serial killer.
Right.
We just couldn't rule them out.
They were in the area at the time.
They were old enough and somewhere in the general vicinity.
And they probably stopped playing D&D around 1981, which should also explain that they're moving on, leaving demonology.
They got what they needed. It's like going to school. They applied their trade. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you.
Is it too soon? I mean, it's been what
40 years.
Man, that too. I don't know. It might be too soon.
Well,
okay.
Well, that goes back to our American thing. We if we can be entertained, we enjoy that.
So we are so we are now to
finally.
No, not finally. True crime. We have uncovered.
Oh, that part. I'm sorry.
Breaking news. We have uncovered. That's what happens when you do investigative reporting like this on True Crime.
Breaking news. Yeah, I need to get my cousin to do breaking news.
We have solved who's never been caught. Well, we are now ready to announce that the Trans-Canada Highway killer was, in fact, a cave bear. Okay,
right.
Let's do it.
Message for you, sir.
There you go. That's the news. We got that.
Okay.
So, and in fact, the Otyugh is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Oh, so he's a Mountie. The Otyugh.
The Otyugh's the Mountie.
Okay. So I'm never surprised. But you're clearly look. You've got to be inspecting some trash here, right? I mean, that's what you do, right? You said, or dead body. You're sniffing around. You find a dead body next to a trash heap, right? What are we saying?
Yeah, exactly. It was someone saying, "Is the Otyugh on the cover of the Monster Man?" I don't think so.
No,
that
I
looks
guess
like a roper on the cup. That's the only weird creature, and the owlbear, of course.
Mr. Roper.
Yeah, Mr. Roper from "Come and Knock on My Door."
It's not a bad guess to say that the Otyugh would be on here though, because there's some. Yeah, you got the owlbear and the roper.
All right, so
okay.
You cannot be surprised, right?
Yes.
We read that, so I can be. So let's see what happens. I'm not surprised.
Oh, okay. So all right, let's do it.
So now it's initiative. Well, we got to figure out distance too.
Declare it. Okay.
We are 100. We're in a dungeon, so we're 100 feet away.
We're in a national park dungeon.
National park, Canadian forest dungeon, right?
Okay.
And you have just murdered yet again. Your insatiable murdering spree.
Oh, but
the bear has murdered yet again, and you have stopped me.
I'm gonna win because we know that this is the last victim, right?
Right.
Was 40 years ago. So I think this is it. This means this is why it comes to an end because the killer was killed by an Otyugh. All right. Let's do it.
And then they framed the poor guy who they did. All right. So now you're declaring. What's your action?
You could get typhoid.
I could. Typhoid or typhus? Not typhus. What did it say?
It said...
Tetanus. No, not tetanus. Typhus.
Typhus.
Typhus, okay.
Wait, where is it? Yeah, typhus.
Yep, not typhoid fever.
But I have to check something. I heard my litter robot, and we have kittens, and it's not... If you have kittens... And the litter is this exciting. The litter robot, if it moves, that's a bad news for a kitten. They can't be in there when it's returning.
Okay, well, go do what you got to do. So, anyway, here on Grogtalk, we are now going to wait for Dan to come back. But in the meantime, I'm declaring action. So I am the cave bear. Dan is playing the Otyugh. Dan has returned.
I don't think it was that. All right, let's do it. I'm attacking.
So you're attacking. Well, we're 100 feet away. So are you charging or not charging?
That doesn't seem like I'm a chargy kind of. I'm like...
Yeah.
Wait, so you just... now I'm sitting in a dung heap.
Right.
No, I'm not moving on to my dung heap.
Yeah, I see you. I'm going to attack you because
But I don't know that you see me, probably. I would think you don't see me, right? Because I'm...
Well, I see you 100 feet away. I turned the corner, and there you are, in your dung heap.
I know, but I don't know that you see me. I would sit in my dung heap. I'm sitting in my dung heap.
I'm going to charge.
Come to the dung heap, buddy. I want to fight on my own terrain.
That's right. I'm going after you, assuming I win initiative. So here's my initiative. 5.
2.
All right, I win initiative, so I'm attacking you. I'm charging you.
Okay.
I'm going to charge. What's your armor class?
It is AC of 3.
AC of 3. Very nice.
I'm gonna do my hit points. Whoa.
You should.
Wait, why is it 6 to 8? And so it's just like
depends
I
on the size. Roll a d6 to see how big they are.
Okay. A 1.
These 6 hit dice.
Okay. Wow.
Well, I get my attack routine that I charge, so I'm attacking you. Here's my attack routine. Your AC 3.
Yep.
I hit. I hit. And I hit. So.
Wow.
So I'm hugging you.
Ew.
Yeah, you may not survive this. Cave bears are ridiculous. 2, 8, 18. You take 22 points of damage.
Well, I had 33.
All right.
Okay, so I'm
Go ahead.
attacking now.
I'll let you attack.
Okay, and I have 3 attacks, and what is? I guess it's one was the last one. I guess is my big jaw.
Yeah, I think your maw, your offal
My maw.
sucker.
Yeah, I have a 2 tentacle
Mhm.
arms, right?
Right.
I have a sensory organ stalk. Well, that's nothing, right? That's just sensory, right?
Yeah.
Its tentacles have sharp ridges and are used to deliver smashing blows to prey. The creature's
I'm
mouth.
sorry. You only took how much did I say you take? 28 or 22? What did I
22.
say?
I think you said 22.
You took 12. I apologize.
Oh, nice. That's a pretty big error.
Well, because I had to do an 18 or better hit for you to get the hug.
Oh, okay. So I didn't get you're not hugging me.
I didn't hug you.
Okay. Here we go. I hope I bite you. I really want to give you typhus. I have a 15 with stalk number 1, 18, 2. Oh, and a 9 with my
What hit dice here?
sucker-like
6?
mouth. I am hit dice 6.
You hit all 3. You need a 7.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Nice
This-
to be high hit dice.
This can just be a beatdown. Go ahead.
All right. One day. Okay, let's do sucker number 1. I'm sorry, not sucker. Tentacle. Number 1 is a 2, and a 2, and now for the sucker-like mouth. 2 to 5. All right. Where's my die for? Oh, 4, 5. So 5, 6, 9 hit points of damage.
9 damage. So I'm at 22, and I have to make a save, or I get tetanus or typhus.
Wait, do you have to make a save? Wait, it bites. No, it doesn't say save. If it bites any victim, it is 90% likely to be infected by disease. It doesn't say you get a save.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, this is nasty. Yeah, 16. You have typhus.
I have typhus. Okay, so now I have to look that up.
Well, do you want to figure out what happens to you? I mean, I'm sure it's not like you immediately die of typhus.
I don't think so, right? What's the fastest disease progression in the DMG? I don't think it's faster than a turn, right?
No, you're not going to die of typhus. I mean, no, right? I mean,
It's like super typhus.
I can't imagine. I mean, we can look it up, or we can see if you die.
Right. I mean, this could be important. I don't think it is.
Well, if you live.
Well, that's true. We've gone over that. Didn't one of our guys get diseased?
Yes, I think so. The black pudding.
That's right, the black pudding.
Right? Where's
it's days.
I don't see where do you see that? Where's typhus?
Well, it's a type of you have to figure out what typhus is.
Well, excuse me.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't being rude. I was just saying we'd have to figure out what it is.
Oh, okay.
What kind of area of effect it has.
So now we have to look up typhus.
Yeah, what's typhus? What kind of disease it is? I feel like it's a blood disease, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm probably wrong. Typhus disease.
I like your internet search. James History, typhus.
Okay, so it's a bacterial disease. I'm gonna say it's in the blood.
That's what I would think.
Now I'm on the CDC website, not looking up coronavirus. Blah 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 blah. Was millions of deaths. Blah 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 blah. Fever, chills. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say it's either blood or nervous. Which one you want to choose?
I would think it's blood.
Okay.
What do you think?
So roll a d8.
Okay. Well, it's your line. It's the cave bear.
Okay, I'll roll it.
You should have your own fate.
8. It's chronic.
Good.
It's terminal.
Oh my gosh. So
I will be dead in chronic and terminal.
how? Yeah. So how? We now have to figure out how long you have, don't we?
Well, it's at least 1 to 12 days. I have 3 days.
Oh my gosh. You're not gonna survive any. Well, we need to see maybe we both die. So the cave bear's not making it to the next random encounter. Right. He's gonna end up dying. I mean, it's not like a cave bear smart to cure disease.
No, he's not going to the bear cleric.
NPC. Can I be a bear? Well, maybe he's a reincarnated cleric who's a cave bear now. Okay. Wow. All right. So now the only question is, will the Otyugh be around
next
time?
Initiative.
Okay.
I'm attacking you. 2.
2. Simultaneous.
All right. So go ahead, roll your dice.
Okay. First roll is a 5. That's a miss, if
That's
I
a
recall
miss.
correctly.
Yep.
And a 7. What did I need?
Oh, jeez. You needed a 6.
Okay. Oh, and a 5. So only one. That's terrible. Only one of my tentacles hit. So that is a. Oh, I did 8.
8 hit points. That's good. All right. Cool. So you swung many times and blows on the bear. Oh, Yogi's been hit. You did 8. You said, wow. He's down to 14. Now he gets his attacks. First claw, 15. That's a hit. Second claw, 15. That's a hit. The bite. That's a hit. He's striking back. He's enraged now because you've infected him with typhus. His life is, he knows he's dead. He's going to extract revenge. Well, that's why he's the Canadian killer. Ooh, he did 21 points of damage.
Wow, 21? Wait, on top of the 12?
Yeah, that you did before.
I had 33. I'm done.
That's it.
No, I'm unconscious. Wait, I'm unconscious.
You're right at 0?
I'm at 0. I had 33.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my gosh.
If he hits 3 times, it's D8, D8, and D12. I rolled 6, 6, and a 9.
And were you squeezing me at the end?
I didn't get the hug.
Oh, okay.
That would have been awesome if I got the hug.
Wow, cave bears are nasty.
They are nasty, but he's gonna die. It's so sad.
Well, wait. So well, I get random encounter, not you, because you don't know that you're gonna die yet. You think
true.
Well, you shouldn't be going around eating trash
and travelers on the road. Yep.
You're like that bear that has the honey jar on his snout.
Winnie the Pooh. Great, Winnie the Psycho Pooh.
You have poop on your nose.
Back to the Pooh.
All right. So I'm gonna do. I'm Otyugh.
The deity of the Otyugh.
Who's the Otyugh? Is there like a dung demon or something, or trash demon?
Well, I'm ruling there should be a double deity. Well, no, it has to be some demon lord of. It could be Jubilix. I'd go with Jubilix. No.
Okay, well let's roll and so I'll roll. Oh, but you think? Well, we're gonna do your sad story afterward, right? After. Well, let's do my business.
Yeah, let's do your business.
And then you wander off, and we'll talk about the sad tale of the cave bear, right? You start not feeling well.
That's right.
You know what? I bet you my better half knows. Hello, better half. Do you know what typhus? What's typhus? And she doesn't know. She thinks I'm just doing the show. She's not responsive.
Yeah,
what's typhus? What happens when you get typhus? It's typhoid fever, she says.
Yeah, so it's a fever.
So what happens to you? Is it a blood disease? Oh, you don't know. She's not a doctor. Okay. I'm going to roll for 22. My prayers are not heard.
All right. Well, the Otyugh is no more. He's just sitting in his poop, in his filth, and gets attacked by this psychotic Canadian cave bear.
And then he eats an Otyugh. Well, no wonder you get typhus. It's wrong. You're eating the Otyugh.
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah, that's not good.
This is not a good scene.
That is not good.
I thought you and Fruit of the Looms was bad. This is worse.
Dan's dreams go between Fruit of the Loom and people eating Otyughs. That's good. That's
okay,
healthy.
so you're licking up. You're licking your chops.
But now, a couple of days later, Yogi's not feeling well. He's got painful fever.
He's got a rumbly in his tumbly.
Oh, it's gastrointestinal. He's got rumbling in his tummy.
Oh, wait, it's gastrointestinal?
Yeah, that's
what do we have to do?
That's what one of our patrons have said. He said
would it be the same?
I rolled an 8 and 8, so it's the same fatal.
Oh yeah, you were really going. Yeah, gastrointestinal. Yeah, 8. Obviously, it's all the same. Wow, gastrointestinal chronic and 8 caused the loss of 1 point of strength and con per occurrence until cured. Oh wait, terminal cases require 1 to 12 weeks for fatality.
Okay, 1 to 12 weeks.
So you have 1 to 12 weeks.
Okay, let me re-roll that. I have 9 weeks. Okay, so he's got 9 weeks.
So you have, all right, so you've got, all right, so
I got a few shows left. 9
but you're
weeks.
getting weaker as you go. So we have because you're losing a point of strength and con. So each week you got to be a little bit less
Each
strong.
show less. Each show more weaker. Got it.
All right.
I can do that. So we'll say he loses I don't know 2 or 3 hit points each time, and he gets a -1 cumulative attack.
So this is something where like you need to bring the cave bear to the vet, and like yeah, he ate an Otyugh. He's not. What can you do anything? You bring him to the cleric. What can you eat an Otyugh?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
too
why
bad.
Why did you eat an Otyugh?
Yeah, that's terrible.
What's wrong with you?
That's no bueno.
Well, but now we know why the killing stopped, because
right.
Right? He's not feeling well.
He's not feeling well. He eventually dies.
Okay. All right.
It wasn't because he was caught. It's just his reign of tyranny, murder ended because he killed the one thing he shouldn't have had.
Are you a little surprised that the Otyugh wasn't the role we had for the mascot?
I would have loved that. That would have been way better.
It seemed more appropriate, doesn't it?
Eating crap. That's what.
That's right. We're full of crap. Okay.
That is exactly right. Moving on. Now we're ready for miscellaneous magic.
Let's do it. Okay. So this is the segment of the show where we randomly roll a miscellaneous magical item and we discuss.
Yes.
And we're flipping and turning. I think. Oh, I was supposed to. Oh wait, didn't I? There it is.
You did dog ear.
The dog ear, page 121.
All right. Who's rolling? Right.
You can roll, James.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we don't go. Let's try it again. Miscellaneous weapon.
It could be something good. All right. Table A. Oh, don't get upset. Table H.
Can we just?
If it's nothing good, we're just moving on. Because how many times can you talk about the light radius of a dash?
+1 arrow. Come on.
Okay.
What is that?
What page are you on?
I'm on page 125.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank goodness. 64.
125, 64. Whoa!
That's right.
You rolled Hammer of Thunderbolts?
Hammer of Thunderbolts, baby.
James, that's
the dice don't lie.
That is the best item on there. It's 25,000 gold. I'm selling that thing. That's the best item you could get, apparently.
Right. The Hammer of Thunderbolts.
Hammer of Thunderbolts. That's our next album. Hammer of Thunderbolts.
And now, the latest album, Hammer of Thunderbolts. Thundercats.
All right, let's do it. What page are you on?
We're flipping way back. We're flipping to page 168.
Okie dokie. 168. Hammer of... It's a long entry. Okay. Hammer of Thunderbolts appears to be a regular hammer of largish, it's hard to say, size and extra weight. It will be too imbalanced somehow to wield properly in combat unless the character has 1801 or better strength and a height of over 6 feet. Oh, that's rough.
So dwarves can't use this.
The hammer then functions as +3 and gains double damage.
We lost you, Dan. Dan, where'd you go, Dan?
Oh, you need to know it's...
I lost you for a second, Dan. Start over.
And I lost you. All right. Do you have me now?
Yeah, I'm good now.
Okay. So the hammer functions, if you gotta have 1801, you have to have exceptional strength, and you gotta be over 6 feet. Not 6 feet, James. Over 6 feet. The hammer then functions as +3 and gains double damage dice on any hit. If the wielder wears any girdle of giant strength and gauntlets of ogre power, I think it means or, right? Any girdle of giant strength or gauntlets of ogre power. In addition, he or she may properly wield the weapon if the hammer's... You got to know it's true. So in other words, wait, if I have exceptional strength, I don't need to know its true name. But if I do the gauntlets or the girdle, I have to know its true name? Is that how you would read that?
Yeah. Hold on. We're having some internet issues.
Oh.
Or at least I'm having internet issues. All right, keep going.
Okay. How are we doing? You feeling okay? Not so good.
Yep. I'm not sure. It says not receiving enough data. It says I'm doing okay. So.
The chat people hear us?
Yeah, they
See
said
it?
there were some issues, but I'm not sure how it's doing now. Okay, I think we're okay.
Okay. So James, this is confusing to me because it says that I can wield it. If the wielder wears any girdle of giant strength or gauntlets of ogre power in addition, he or she may properly wield the weapon if the hammer's true name is known. So does that mean if I don't have exceptional strength, I can wield this thing if I have girdle of giant strength or gauntlets of ogre power? I'm assuming.
Right.
But I've got to know its true name. So the question is, do I have to know its true name only if I don't have exceptional strength? Or can I wield it? Or do I need to know its true name?
You don't need to know its true name for the basic thing.
That's interesting. If I got the strength.
Right.
What's its? We don't know its true name.
You have to make it up.
Just
right.
Because Hammer Thunderbolts is not its true name, probably. Is that right? Or is it Hammer Thunderbolts' its true name, and I need to know Hammer Thunderbolts?
You'd have to if it says if the wielder wears a girdle and gauntlets.
Well, it says and. Does it mean or?
No.
Is it both? Does it have to wear both?
Yeah.
And means both.
Yeah. For why? I have no idea.
I have to. Can I wear both a girdle? So you read that. It is an and, so I need both. Okay.
Which again, you would think you would need it because the gauntlets only gives you 1800 strength. The ogre power. The girdle gives you higher than that. So.
But why wouldn't? So you think I could just use one or the other?
Right. Well, maybe that was a thing, but the way it's
right
written, you have to use both, and you have to have the true name.
Okay. When swung or hurled, it gains a +5 doubled. Wait, when swung or hurled, it gains a +5, double damage dice, all girdle and gauntlets bonuses, and strikes dead any giant upon which it scores a hit. Okay, I gotta slow down. I'm getting confused. So we're now dealing with, it's way cooler if you've got, it's better if you've got the girdles. So if I've got 1801 strength, I can wield this thing and I get +3 in double damage, right? You agree with that?
Right.
Okay. Then, now I guess I don't need 1801 strength, but if you don't have 1801 and over 6 feet, you can't use it. It's useless. But if I've got girdle and gauntlets of ogre power, I don't need 1801 strength.
Correct.
Okay. So, and then when swung or hurled, it gains +5, a +5, double damage dice. What does that mean? A +5, double damage dice.
+5 to hit.
Oh, it's like it gains a +5 to hit, double damage dice. That's normal, but it goes up to +5. All girdle and gauntlet bonuses. Oh, so like the plus to hit because of the strength.
Yep. And
strikes dead any giant upon which it scores a hit. And oh, look, it's funny. It adds atoms, stone golems here. Okay, so
what it's saying, because above it says the hammer then functions as a +3 and gains double damage. So the difference is instead of +3, it's now +5, it still does double damage, and you add your bonuses for girdle and gauntlets, and it strikes dead any giant. If you have the true name.
Okay. When hurled and successfully hitting, a great noise, as if a clap of thunder broke overhead, will resound, stunning all creatures. Oh my! Everybody. This is like your party members too.
Yeah.
Within 3 inches, 30 feet for 1 round. Oh my! Wait. Do I get a save?
Well, you're throwing it, so it's going to be thrown at someone.
When hurled and successfully hitting. Okay, so when I hurl it, I got it. Oh, so that's kind of cool. So you like throw it into like the pack of baddies.
Yeah, like there's the giant. He's surrounded by orcs or whatever, and you throw it at the giant. He's dead, and all his orc buddies are knocked out.
Oh, that's very cool. Okay. Thor would throw the hammer about double the above range. It gives the ranges.
Well, and
hammer.
then it also kind of confirms you needed gauntlets and girdle. See, throwing range is 1 plus half a point of strength bonus for the gauntlets and girdle.
Yeah. Okay. Agreed. The hammer of Thunderbolts is very different to hurl, so only one throw every other round can be made. And after 5 throws within the space of any 2-turn period, the wielder must rest for 1 turn. Wait, does it come back to me?
Apparently.
Yeah, because isn't it why I'm thinking I throw it and it's gone. The hammer of Thunderbolts is very different to hurl, so only one throw every other round can be made. So one throw every other round, and after 5 throws, I'm tired.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it doesn't say it comes back, but I guess you could rule that.
Because it sounds like it does. I mean, otherwise I have to run and grab. I mean, I guess I could run and grab it. I mean, everyone's stunned.
Right. I guess that's what I like that better that it doesn't come back because that's what the Dwarven thrower does. It comes back, which is kind of cool.
Oh, and it doesn't say. Yeah, it doesn't say it comes back. So it sounds like you don't get a save.
Yeah.
It stuns everybody.
Yes.
For one, and it's only a round, but that's pretty significant.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, you stun them, and then you walk over there and get your weapon, and then the next round you throw it again.
You just keep stunning. Right. So it's like I'll just keep stunning these guys.
Yep.
And you do whatever you need. You guys do whatever. You get the treasure. I'll just keep stunning these guys over and over and well, and then I got to rest. That's a problem. So I can only do it so often. So, okay. I like the hammer Thunderbolts. I mean, there's not actually a Thunderbolt. It's. I don't know what a Thunderbolt is.
Thunder.
There's exactly. There's thunder, and there's bolts. Is there a Thunderbolt?
No, I don't hear a Thunderbolt. I just hear thunder.
Okay.
I agree with you.
All right.
But it's pretty ridiculous. To find a girdle and gauntlets and it's one of the sets. I mean, you'd have to have a campaign where it's like, you're looking for the 3 things.
Yeah.
And you'd have to know that.
It's like on eBay. Girdle's not included,
right.
Or whatever, right?
Those are so hard to find.
Right. It's like because they came as a set, but that was like 40 years ago.
Right.
And now,
but it's only 2 of the
so
pieces.
it's like, right. So like we buy the girdle, they're like, hammer of Thunderbolts is not included, right?
Yeah, it's the box. You find the box, but it only has one thing.
Oh, wait, hang on. I'm getting information, James.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Thunderbolt is lightning. I've been informed that a Thunderbolt is lightning.
Right.
So there is such a word as Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Say Thunderbolt.
But in this case,
it's right. So it doesn't have any lightning.
There's no lightning, so it should just be Hammer of Thunder.
It should be Hammer of Thunder because there's no Thunderbolt.
Right. Now, if a bolt came down and it caused the stunning, that would be amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. But you know what? Maybe they do that so that you don't know the true name. You're like Hammer of Thunder. Hammer of
making
loud
loud
noise.
sounds. That's right. Hammer of Stunning.
Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt. Exactly.
There's no Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolts. It's like a team.
That's like a roller derby team.
Yes, roller derbies. Very 80s. We don't have enough roller.
The Lady Thunderbolts.
We should all go roller skating at GrogCon.
Okay. Well, let me write that down.
We should rent the
on
rink.
skates. That's right.
We should have GrogCon at a roller skating rink.
At this point we may have to if this keeps up.
That's true. All right.
I know
right.
Craig's going to get it done. I know he's got a bunch of other things, but we got still a lot of work to do. So we may be ending up. I told them the roller skate tour. What were those things called? You just dance off where they just had free rolling, where they just.
Oh yes, and everyone could go. Yeah, because sometimes it could have been. Yeah, and wouldn't it be like? Was there things like okay, if this get out, you got to leave or something like that? Were there all those things?
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever.
It's been a while.
And then those were before.
And then I got worried about getting hurt, so then I'm like, that's enough of that. So.
Right. So your roller skating career ended about a year ago.
My roller skating ended about 1981.
Do people have at roller skating rinks now? Does everyone have just with those single blades, or because it used to be you just have the big wheels and. Okay.
I haven't been to one since my kids were younger, but at the time they did have rollerblades. They had rollerblades and some skates still.
Okay.
All right. That was interesting. So at least we got a good magic gun. Now, we are on to, what are we on to next? Oh, we're on to our Have You Ever, where we continue the annals of running north. Right?
Indeed.
Just 16, a harbor a horse, out of money, no remorse. I got no place to call my own. Strike a note, here I go, yeah. I'm running north, yeah. I'm north runner. I'm running north, yeah. I'm north runner.
This is it. We're doing our episode. You poor bastards are gonna have to hear that for the next 25 times. How many times we have that? So.
I think it's great. I love hearing it every time. I can't get enough. And yes, you are playing North Runner, as you heard in the song, where you are trying to infiltrate an Assassin's Guild. And North Runner is a bard, and this is the portion of the show where you get to make choices, hopefully that a good bard would make, and you are going to try to save the poor daughter Aurora, the daughter of the merchant chancellor. And it's been rough going, James.
I hear there's a lot of activity at this herding badger or whatever the place we're at. I hear like people making dinner. What's for lunch there at the suffering badger?
You hear that?
Yeah, at the suffering badger.
Wow, these headphones aren't doing very good. There's a lot of people are eating here. Not me.
You're at the buffet at the suffering badger.
the suffering badger. And just to let you know, James, this installment of Have You Ever Played is brought to you by Stuff and Nonsense at 245 High Street Northeast in Salem, Oregon. 370-8982. Rent a game dealer. Used games, out of print games, game parts. They do mail order. So please tell them James and Dan sent you.
That's right. And no patron from there has been killed in over 40 years.
Exactly right. All right. So I believe last time we were surrounded by thieves, James, if I recall correctly.
We were. We had the thieves thing, and we tried to do some charming. We tried to do some other things, and we're now ready for the next thing.
Hoping to get close to the Assassin's Guild. Okay. After that unfortunate run-in with the thieves, you decide to continue following the other rogue, if at all possible. Well, that's right, because remember that rogue, we're following a rogue, and we got surrounded. After he stole our stuff, I think. He tried to. He tried to pinch our stuff. After a few minutes, you spot him counting the gold from your pouch in the alleyway. So apparently he did get some of our stuff. You silently creep up to him and grab him by the arm, wrenching it in a powerful hammer lock. The rogue screams in pain and cries, "Hey, come on, buddy, not so hard. I'll give you your money back, but just let me go." You take the pouch from him and strap it back under your belt, all the while holding him in the lock. "Now," you say in a menacing voice, "I want some information. And if you don't tell me what I want to know, I'll break every bone in your body. Understand?" The apprentice thief nods his head vigorously and says, "Sure thing. What do you want to know?" You ask about the Assassin's Guild, but he says, "I don't know where you can find them, but I can take you to the Black Market District. Maybe you can find something about the guild there." You nod your head in acquiescence, and he leads you to the Black Market, then fades into the shadows. As you approach one of the stalls, the fence calls out to you, "Ah, young man, wouldst thou be pleased with mine wares?" As you look over his display, you decide to... Here we go. You ready for the choices? So apparently, this one is about making a decision in a marketplace as to whether you should purchase some wares.
It's a shopping choice.
It's a respite. It's been so dark up until now, James.
Is there going to be Call lightning. That wouldn't be one of the choices.
Yes. Yes. Destroy the marketplace.
All right.
Okay, here we go. I like this. Number one. So number one, I love this one. And James, I think it's at this point in time, it's always appropriate to remind our players of Northrunner's alignment. Don't you think?
He's neutral good, isn't he?
He is neutral good.
And he's threatening to kill a thief, totally murder him, but
just saying.
Right.
And that may play a role in your choices.
Right.
D1, fight the dealer and steal all of his items. A very neutral good kind of thing to do.
Don't bias. Don't prejudice the decisions.
You're right. My apologies. Withdrawn. Number 2, buy the first flask for 10 gold pieces. D3, buy the second flask for 16 gold pieces. D4, buy the third flask for 22 gold pieces. 5, buy a set of 6 throwing daggers, 10 gold pieces. 6, buy the first scroll, 29 gold pieces.
I can't keep up. All right. Fight and steal, buy the first flask for 10, second for 16, third for 22.
Correct.
Now we're buying, what's number 5?
6 throwing daggers for 10 gold pieces.
Okay, for how many? For 10?
For 10.
Yep, okay, thank you.
6 is buy the first scroll.
First scroll.
For 29 gold pieces.
Yep.
7 is buy the second scroll for 31 gold pieces.
Second scroll, 31 gold pieces, yep.
8 is buy the third scroll for 39 gold pieces.
Okay.
This has been a rough episode, hasn't it?
This is painful. 9.
9 is buy the fourth scroll for 10 gold pieces.
Okay. Yep.
James, there's only 10 more. Just hold on.
Okay.
No, last one, number 10. Buy nothing and leave. So a bard. Oh wait, I guess. Well, I was looking at we're fighter, thief, bard. What? Can I ask a question? What happens when you become a bard? Don't you? What do you get? Druidical spells? What do you get?
You get druidical spells.
Yeah, that's all that lightning business and all that. So okay, so there could be some druid spells in those scrolls. So we're just supposed to. Is that you're just supposed to buy this? I don't even know what's in there. Like just a random potion. Or a random, I might not even be a potion, or a random spell.
Right. So
I don't like that.
And we're buying stuff so he'll give us information, right? That's why we're doing this?
Oh. Thank you for helping me. You're probably right. So we're in the black market district. So obviously this is.
I like it's called the black market district. That's like the illegal district.
Right. It's like alignment. Like, what's your alignment? I'm evil. It's like the dark side in Star Wars, right? It's like you just kind of admit it. I like it.
This is the Sith, land of the Sith.
So everything here is stolen, basically.
Yeah, I assume it is, right.
Oh, so the thief was... Okay, I'm a little slow. So the thief was coming here. He steals stuff. I mean, he only had gold pieces, but so the thieves steal stuff and they come here and they this is why he's called the fence. So this is where you sell. Everything here is hot.
Right.
Should we really be buying hot merchandise?
Well, that's the question now, isn't it?
No, I'm doing D10. No, I ain't nothing. I'm not going to fight him.
Well, what did the guy say? What do you want to buy? Or are we going to ask
Okay, as you approach one of the stalls, oh my God, I think there's an Otyugh here. The fence calls out to you, young man. I appreciate that. How young am I? You know how long it took me? I'm a 7th level fighter, an 8th level thief, and a 12th level bard, Jace. Right. What's my age? They didn't give my age.
You should be, I don't know.
Dead?
Well, you should be probably in your 30s, I would think.
That's the problem. That's like a PhD. A bard's a long-term commitment, man.
Right.
He just says, young man, wouldst thou be pleased with mine wares? Oh, but you think we need info. Oh, you're right, man. I'm so stupid. But I already said it. Buy nothing and leave. I guess I'm going to stick with it because now you're influencing me. But I think you're playing this smarter. You're more familiar with dealing with the black market than I am. You got to get your hands dirty.
That's right.
All right.
You got to go in. It's deep cover, man. It's deep cover.
You are. You're playing the line. You're good. All right. What are you doing, James?
I'm going to assume. Well, I should.
Oh wait.
I should fight and steal them. That's what I really want to do, but I'm not going to because I'm lawful.
Wait. Stop, James. There's an asterisk.
Oh.
We have an asterisk.
Rules AF. I love it.
Yes. Note: when buying items, you may purchase more than one if desired, as long as the gold holds out. Thus, if you wish to obtain the first gold and the second flask, your choices would be 3 and 6. The total cost would be 45 gold pieces. Oh, this is very useful. The problem is there's an asterisk, but there was no asterisk above. So I was not led to the asterisk. Okay, wait. Yeah, no, there is no asterisk. All right, so you can choose more one. I was going to do 10, so that's a terrible idea, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know how much money do I have, because I didn't give away. And also, you gave away 30 gold pieces to the beggars.
I did. We started with a lot of gold.
Oh, really?
Wait. It says gold nil. Wait, how can it be gold nil? It says gold nil. How much money do you have? I thought we had money, like lots. No, we had a lot of hit points. It says, all right, you can buy whatever you want. You probably have to rob. Maybe the answer choices are you have no money. Whatever, pick your choices. I've given you all the information
everything.
I have.
I'm buying two.
Okay.
I'm buying.
Yeah, why not?
Actually, no. I'm buying the flask number 2.
Okay, so you're D3, second flask. Have other people made their choices?
There's different flasks. I apologize. I'm buying 2, 3, and 4. I'm buying all the flasks.
Okay, got it. The trifecta. Okay.
Well, my rationale for buying flasks is I assume they're poison. Maybe that will allow me to do that.
Yes.
So
do that.
Well, he'll infer that I'm an assassin.
Oh.
That's why.
Okay. All right.
Yes, we've got people who've done 5, but though Bob on here says we're broke, which we could be broke. So
it says nil. It says nil on gold. My understanding of nil means you don't have any. Why would we have no money?
We got some money from the thief. How much money did we get back? Well, that's the money we got. That's our money.
He stole it. Did he steal it from us? Well, how did he steal it from us? And how did I throw money last time?
These are difficult questions. Well, we have some people. We have one who said 5, one who said 7. Someone's followed with you, 10. Someone said buy it all. Bob said buy it all.
Okay. Let's do it. Here we go. All right. D1.
D1. Fight and steal.
Dealer has 4 bodyguards. Take far too much damage to live. So yes, I assume no one did 1.
No one did 1. No one did 1, and if you did, you were dead. Well, and I like how they say there's 4 bodyguards after you steal from them. Apparently you didn't observe that.
Okay. Yes, exactly. Well, they were in the shadows. Okay, I misread number 2. This is funny. Number 2 says heal 6 hit points when drunk, and I misread that. Well, I didn't misread it, but I didn't understand the emphasis. I thought it heals 6 hit points when you're drunk.
I like it. So I got 6 hit points because I bought one of them. That's good.
Yep. D3 was heal 14 hit points when drunk.
Oh, I bought that one too.
I don't know how you know this, but we're giving the answers anyway. You have to sift them, I guess.
Yeah, drink them all.
4 is a poison antidote.
Oh, perfect. So there you go. I am 6. I'm only down 9 hit points now. I love it. I healed 20.
Oh, you're drinking those up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Good.
Well, I
Very
would
smart.
know that. I drank them. So yeah.
Okay. Were you drunk when you drank them?
Probably.
They have no effect.
I'm probably. So.
You're a musician.
I am a musician. I'm drunk all the time.
Right. A 5 was the daggers. Okay, you have 6 throwing daggers. I love how it says okay, period. You have 6 throwing daggers. There's no 6. What was 6?
Scroll.
It's missing.
Wow. Some cute.
If you pick 6.
You just lose your money. What? That's terrible.
Or dead.
No one took 6, so we're okay.
Okay, good. 7. You have an extra obscurement spell.
Oh, that's good.
So you're playing at home. 8. You have another controlled temperature, 10-foot radius spell. Did anyone pick 9?
No one picked 9.
Cursed scroll. You die instantly.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, someone bought them all. Someone's.
Oh, they're dead. We're gonna assume you read them.
Yeah.
That's gotta, come on,
We're
right?
dead.
Sorry, you're dead. And 10 is me. Fine. Nothing happens.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the purpose of this was.
There's not because it really doesn't test your ability to play a bard.
Right.
Right.
Well, it doesn't test your ability to be a adventurer either. It's like you're just randomly picking stuff. There's no indication of what was what. It's just.
No, it was completely skill based. You're wrong. You don't see the skill in it. You're so James. You don't understand.
These books kill me. This campaign sucked.
That's right.
So, no, because it should have been something like, even if it had been something like, okay, it's not a druid spell, you idiot. You know what I mean? Or something like that. Or like you said, okay, you buy the stuff, he's really pleased with you and offers you, and he thinks you're his poison antidote, he thinks you're an assassin. Yeah, it should have moved. This was basically just to get you back some hit points, I think.
Yeah,
and some spell.
well, and that's fine. But 2 of the 10 will kill you.
Yes.
Which you have no idea. I could have been dead.
Well, that I approve of.
Well, 1, you should die. But the other one, number 9?
Yeah. No, that's that. But I do approve of it, though. And, yeah, okay, there it is.
That's... That was not good. We're probably going to roll a 9 for our thing. Okay. Well, that was sunlight. So tune in next time where we will hopefully find out how we get even closer to the Assassin's Guild, where we die from random things. Now, for our main event, which may not be too main, but it is, for those who live in the United States, the most wonderful time of the year. No, it's not Christmas. No, it's not Thanksgiving. It is tax time. On Monday, citizens of good order who make enough money have to provide some money, or a lot of money, to the government in order to keep it going. Normally this is April 15th, but it was moved thanks to the pandemic. Yeah, have you ever? Well, I think we want to write a have you ever. I kind of did that with the Grogtalk Adventures, which is way better than this. No offense to Kelly. He's done a great job.
And this was not Kelly, keep
That's
in
right,
mind.
This is someone else.
He subcontracted. This is John Fraser. I did like some of the early ones.
This one was fine. I'm not a fan of this last encounter. The one with the beggars and Call Lightning, that's gold. He hit it out of the park. So I just don't know how this advanced the story. Anyway, I digress. So what we're talking about today is, we did talk about downtime in the economy, downtime after adventures early on in our career here at Grogtalk. But now we're talking specifically about money and the economy in AD&D. And Gary spends a lot of time in the Dungeon Master's Guide talking about this. And it's primarily on page 90 through 91 or something to that effect. Right, Dan?
Correct. And in particular, I think you wanted to talk about the entry on duties.
That's right.
Excises, fees, tariffs, taxes. Oh, how do you pronounce this? You tithes, right? Because you're tithing. Tithes and toll. Duties, excises, fees, tariffs, taxes, tithes, and tolls. And of course, what will be fun is talking about the distinction between all of these different.
Absolutely. I assume that's what we were going to talk about.
Okay, it's not that long. I don't know, James. I gotta tell you, I just don't know. Is this just to get money from characters? Why am I dutying, excising, feeing, tariffing, taxing, tithing, and tolling my PCs if I'm a DM?
Well, the short version is because they're going to have more money than they'll know what to do with. And then they'll be wanting to bother you. So if we go a little bit ahead on page 91, placement of monetary treasure, it says, a brief, under the next to last paragraph on the right, a brief perusal of the character experience points totals necessary to advance in level makes it abundantly clear that the underlying precept of the game is that the amount of treasure obtainable by characters is graduated from small to large as experience level increases. This most certainly does not intimate or suggest that greater treasure should be in the 100,000 gold pieces, at least transportable, but you must consider placing it. So the point of this is the game requires experience points for the people to progress. The primary way for them to progress is the handing of treasure. Killing monsters it's not even in the same ballpark of how you're going to progress. You would take forever to advance. You know, if you look in, let's just say, for example, in the back here, it has the experience points you could earn of the DMG. So let's look at.
I killed a goblin, James. I killed a goblin. My second level.
Yeah,
second level.
You're not even close to second level, right? That was a good example. But even the most powerful creatures that are in here, the demon lords and these type of things, they're only worth, and I say only worth, 30,000 experience points. Let's go right to Asmodeus. He's 70,000 experience points. That's pretty good, right? But if there's a party of 6, that's roughly 12,000 experience points you're getting. Now, we got
our 12 NPCs.
That's right, and only 7 survive.
The hirelings or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you, let's say you're 12th level paladin, which would be pretty impressive to kill, or even stand to with Asmodeus. You would need 350,000 experience points. So you'd have to kill Asmodeus 30 times, in order to go up a level if you just did it through fighting monsters. So treasure has to be part of it, and money in particular. The problem then comes, while early game, the characters are so out of money because we talked about the training issue, that training's so expensive, but by 5th, 6th, 7th level, they start having lots of money that they're going to want to do things with. So if the idea is, well, they shouldn't have all this money, some of it should go away, and that's what this talks about, and you use those things. But is that why people came to play D&D, so they have to pay the 3 copper pieces to get into the town?
Yeah, that's the thing. So many of these are really are small money items, and it's really nickel and diming the party. And unless it's one of the reasons why I like lower level is that if you have 21 gold pieces, a gold piece charge on something or surcharge is a big deal.
Right.
But once you're at a certain level, I mean, unless you're going to do the annual tax, or you're going to do like the dragon tax or whatever, where you've got a bunch of treasure and you're bringing it in, and you got a huge hit. Other than this little stuff doesn't make much of it. I mean, are you keeping track of toll? We don't have that little thing that you can stick on your car,
right? Speed pass, some kind of pass, dragon pass.
You got it. Dragon Pet, you have to keep track of all of that stuff. Shall we talk about some of the different types of?
Well, that's our show, to talk about minutia.
Right. And so Gary says it is important, and this goes to your point, it's important in most campaigns to take excess monies away from player characters, and taxation is one of the better means of accomplishing this end. So that's fine, but now it becomes time consuming. Because first you have duties. Duties are typically paid on goods brought into a country or subdivision thereof. So any furs, tapestries, etc., brought into a town for sale will probably be subject to a duty. So, number one, how often are our characters bringing in stuff? So it works this way, right? So you got the party that's taking everything, right? They've loaded up the tapestries.
Yeah. They got the cart. They've stripped the place bare. You've had when you were running, we were taking furniture out of the.
Yes.
If it wasn't bolted to the temple, it was being removed out of there.
Right. Exactly. So you're taking all of this stuff, and I guess you're coming back. You look basically like you're homeless. Or gypsies. One of the, yeah. You've got the shopping cart. You got the wagon, right? With just junk, right?
Half broken swords, half.
Right, and so I guess you're heading to. So you're going in, and you're going to and you got to move this stuff pretty quickly, don't you? Because you can't. You're on the move. You're not going to be carrying this stuff around forever, right? You're going to the local town
to unload it, right?
To unload it, and so you're really getting a very low price because the guy's like. So you're the buyer. Yeah. So you run like it's whatever.
Some kind of curio shop. Yeah. You're basically
it's like the dollar store.
Well, it's the combination of the dollar store, the knick-knack, paddywhack, estate sale, just random crap. You've seen these places, curios.
Yes.
And they got crap in it, but someone buys
they're a little bit. Yeah, they're a little bit like, what are these stores where it's I'm trying to think of some of the name of these brand stores. But yeah, it's like
Yeah, the
whatever
Kirkland's,
happened. Yeah.
Tuesday morning or whatever. Yeah, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so you've got these Tuesday morning kind of just whatever, so whatever they've got. Okay, so you're bringing a bunch of stuff, and I assume the guy is going to offer you
pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, just for everything.
Right.
I'll just take it all. The broken arrows, and so so I guess these stores do exist, and then of course he's going to mark it up.
Right. You come back a week later after the next adventure, and that tapestry he gave you 5 silver pieces he's got there for 50 gold. You're like, 50 gold?
Hey, man, I've got overhead.
Right. I got
okay?
rents. I have children. Marketing.
Right? So, and you're like, I killed an Otyugh to get this. It was in the. He's like, yeah, this thing smells terrible.
It took me. Like, I had to clean. I had to disinfect it.
That's right. You come. You come with the Otyugh smell and stuff. Yeah, that's a lot of. You're right. It would cost a lot of money. Okay, fair. So the first thing. So you come with all this junk. And so there's going to be a duty. So I guess the first thing is you're trying to convince them that you're not selling this stuff. Because there's a sale. The duty's like anything you're bringing in to sell, there's a duty. And you're like, I'm not selling this stuff. I'm like, really? You're 5 adventures. I know you're selling this stuff. So that's the first decision that has to be made is it being sold, right? You got to get through customs, basically, right? And you're not going to convince them, right? Unless you got to, obviously you're going to cast, what? You got the cleric, you cast suggestion. We're not selling this stuff, right?
Suggestion's not a cleric spell, I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Suggestions, what is that? Okay.
Spell. I mean, it could be.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Charm person, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to get, the first thing the parties, so what's going to happen is you're going to spend 20 minutes.
Magic user spell, 20 minutes, at least.
And when do you do this? Do you do this at the end of the adventure when everyone's tired and wants to go home?
Right.
Or at the beginning of the next adventure and slow everything down?
Correct.
With the 20 minutes, because they're not going to want to pay. Look, even though it's 5 gold pieces, they're not going to want to pay. And they're going to be cast charm person, and you're rolling. It's a mini adventure at the entry into the town. Okay, yawn. How do they determine? Do they sit there and do they do a quick appraisal of the value of all the items?
Well, it's like customs. You go through customs and is this duty free or not? What kind of goods? Is it a banned good? Maybe you can't bring in rugs. Maybe this is a rug producing place and this is from a foreign. Yeah, that's the whole point. You got to figure all this out. And it's painful.
And then there's a charge. All right, and so all right, so that's duty. So you pay all that. Then you get ripped off when you sell it. Excises are typically sums paid to belong to a particular profession or practice a certain calling. This so basically is the excise is your some sort of profession. Does that mean a fighter?
Yeah, you're in the guild excise or something. Or maybe they're discouraging certain things. We don't want thieves here, or we don't want clerics, a foreign religion, so you have to pay an excise.
Yeah, because that could be you're not only paying the guild,
right?
But you could also be paying the excise to the government,
right?
Just to practice that.
Yeah, you have a license. It's a license thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fees. In addition, an excise can be levied against foreign currency. Yeah. So you got to go to the money changer and change it, and you're going to get a hit there. Okay. Fee. Did Gary actually do this stuff to his plan? I mean, we could ask Ernie.
Yeah, we should ask him.
When I say ask Ernie, not like I'm just going to call up Ernie. I mean, I don't have that power. But, okay. Fees can be levied for just about any reason. Entering a city gate, that's very classic, right?
Yep.
There's a fee. There's a long line. I mean, that's why the adventure starts the long line into the city, right? Because it's slow.
Yeah.
There should be different entrances, though, don't you think? Because I don't have anything to declare.
Right.
Where's that line?
Or you're a noble.
I'm a noble.
Pay the annual pass. You're basically, I'm part of the nobility. So.
Right.
But if not, you're part of the oi polloi. You got to sit there in line with everyone else.
Okay. Tariffs are much the same as duties. but let us suppose that this is levied against only certain items. Oh, so tariffs are certain. Okay, so you got the duties, which is everything coming in, maybe.
Right.
And then you've got the tariff, which is for, well, like you said, like you were protecting the rug makers guild. The rug maker guild is powerful, and so there is like a 10% extra tariff
Right.
on rugs right now
Important.
because of the. Okay. Then taxes. The good news is only residents and citizens of the municipality are included. So that's good. So I don't want to have any residents, right, for the upkeep.
Well, then you have to fill out your non-resident fee, which it's attestation of non-residency. You have to declare residency, which of course.
Oh, and that's right. So if I'm not a resident, I got to pay the fee just to enter.
Right.
So that's the bad news of that. And then if I stay longer than a certain amount of time, I'm going to be declared. I have to declare for resident. Right. Because I got to start paying because you're using our roads a lot.
Exactly.
And then tithes are principally religious, of course. Although there is a prohibition against the combination of the secular with the sacred. There is no prohibition against the combination of secular with the sacred.
This could be a theocracy, and you have, you have to give, and that could be an interesting thing. You go to the holy city of Moradin, and you're a half-orc, and you got to pay the 10% thing for everyone.
Yeah, right. Right. You got it right.
The Moradin celebration tax. What do you do?
Right. There? Right. Or the Groomsh.
Yeah.
Which we have.
Or the anti-Groomsh. This money is, they make effigies of Groomsh and they set them on fire. So you're actually paying to blaspheme your deity.
Right. Okay. And then tolls, finally, are sums paid for the use of a road, bridge, ferry, etc. They are paid according to the number of persons, animals, carts, wagons, and possibly even materials transported. I think there is somewhere in here, there's a point where if you try to avoid you get in trouble.
Sure.
You get in big trouble, right? If you don't go on the road because you want to avoid the toll, you get in big trouble, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, and again, the understanding is adventurers are troublesome. Unless this is a huge town or city, you're the outsiders coming in. You're causing all kinds of problems. They're going to fleece you. They're going to fleece you and keep you very wary.
And if you're lawful, you would need to take the roads. In other words, trying to dodge this is bad news. You're on the alignment graph. You're getting a hit. Right. If you do charm person to avoid paying, that doesn't sound very lawful, does it? I mean, lawful. To avoid paying.
Yeah, you should be.
It isn't at all.
Supporting the government, absolutely.
I mean, you may not like it, but a rule's a rule, right? If you think it's a bad rule. And then, okay, so what Gary provides here, of course, is he provides an example of what you could use, right? And so the last 3 paragraphs there is an example where, the percentages and all that. Yeah, I mean, okay. Has this convinced you to use this if you're running a campaign?
No.
I mean, I can't remember what adventure I was running where it started where you had to pay the toll to get in, or whatever. I'm not using my terms here, right? The fee to get in or whatever. Then, of course, the thief wanted to not pay it and sneak in, and it led to wackiness, which can be okay if you have a lot of time. But then, he's being chased by the guards, and it's a new adventure, right?
Yeah.
Now it's hey, can I escape the guards? So.
Well, that's it. It just adds complexity to the city adventure, which that's a different game than going into the dungeon, and all the thrill of dungeon delving is now crushed with all this other stuff. So you better have players, and you better make it interesting. Like, again, I like the idea of not just having random ones nickel and dime to death, where you're constantly playing accountant, because that's painful. It's painful for me. I don't want to deal with it anymore. But I do it a lot of times because the players, if they have money, then they want to go buy, I want to buy grappling hooks, and I want to buy repeating crossbows and all this kind of edge technology, or I want to research a strength bow, and I want to do this and that, and I get it. They're using their downtime, but it's just more work and constantly arguing And that's when I go, okay, fine. Well, you first have to pay your duties and transaction fees, and you do it to provide reality, quote unquote. Verisimilitude's the word, apparently, that says, hey, this world makes sense. How's this castle maintained? There's taxes. You got to pay your taxes. Some people kind of throw in, I don't know where it is in here. I can't find it, but the 100 gold pieces per level monthly fee, that you have, not it's a monthly fee, it's the...
Yeah, your living expenses.
Your living expenses.
Yeah, you should do that, right? That's the, I think that's the DMG,
yeah,
right?
It's in the DMG somewhere about expenses that, you guys are living, you guys are party animals, so you're spending
right.
money like it's going out of style.
Right, so a lot of time spent at the whatever badger.
The suffering badger. Drinking and carousing and doing, you're Conan after scoring the big money. You're doing what you got to do. So
right.
I guess you could cover with that, but, and I would definitely, that's an easier thing because you basically, the month is up, everyone take 100 gold pieces off their first level.
Yeah.
And again, that really hurts the first level characters because they can never get enough money unless you're generous. But later, it's just, okay, it's the cost of doing business. It doesn't siphon enough money because the money curve is just so dramatic in order to keep them making money. So I think there are some that are appropriate. The 100 gold piece is appropriate. Tithing is appropriate. I certainly, if I'm running a campaign, all characters have to have a deity. Again, there's no... You can be anti-theist, but you can't be an atheist. There is no, I don't believe in the deities. They are physical manifestations. They exist. You may be opposed to them. So most people are going to have a deity. And even if you're not tithing, well, you're going to give something to your patron deity, or else they're not going to be happy.
I think that's right. And that, hey, I want to, because it's usually the characters want, well, can I get some healing potions from the temple on the cheap?
Right.
It's like, well, what have you done for the temple? I don't. So let me read through quickly some of Gary's. Well, nothing's quick. See if any of these are interesting. We'd use them. So his example. This is an example. The town charges a 1% duty on all normal goods brought into the place for sale: foodstuff, clothes, hides, livestock, raw materials, and manufactured goods. So that's fine. That's probably kind of easy. So what you could just do is, you could say, okay, when you're going to sell your stuff, I'm only going to let you sell it, because people want to sell it at the gold piece value. We don't really know what the gold piece value sale is. You've talked about this, right? You think that's more like a retail. That's not. You're not. You would get that if you were you had a store Tuesday morning,
right?
And I'm sorry, we need to change that to protect the Wednesday afternoon.
That's right.
So you have the store Wednesday afternoon. You've got the inventory. You can have the inventory sit there for a while. That's the right. That's kind of the optimal retail price. That's not what you're doing, because you are not a dealer in goods.
Right.
So you're going to get what you said before. You convinced me, is that you're not just going to cash in at the gold piece value, right? You're going to give a big hit, right? I mean, my gosh, you could do a hit of like 75% hit on that, right?
Yeah, and who you're selling it to. I mean, these are suggested sales price. Oh, you're talking about magic items or items in general?
Oh, I guess both. I was thinking of magic items actually, but I guess it's both, right? We could do either one, right? You're not going to get that when you're set. That's retail market value.
Correct. That's a suggested gold place are the usual sums which characters will be paid, and if so, the XP. It says usual. Well, again, what's usual for that? Is there a market for it? Is there a market for cursed items? I don't know.
And the tapestry you've got, to your point, is it smells like Otyugh.
Right.
It's used.
Yeah, you're not getting how much you would pay for it. It's going to be a fraction of that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and you don't even know that. Yeah, how much of a market is there for? Like maybe the guy's customers don't like that stuff. So you have a big hit on that, and you can just add into that hit then an additional percentage for the duty to bring it in, right? Be like, okay, so not only am I going to only give you 25%, I'm actually going to give you like 24% or something like that. This is a lot of fun, a lot of math coming here, because of the duty as well. So foreigners must also pay this duty, but look at this, but at double the rate. So this is kind of interesting. What this might suggest is, does this create a reason to have a home base,
Right.
where you are residents of the town, right? Because if you're just moving around and you're not returning, then you're going to pay a higher duty. But you don't necessarily want to bring all the stuff back because you're going to be waylaid, aren't you, by bandits, perhaps?
Well, that's the part of the game. Do you want to add to it? Because all that slows it down, right?
Mm-hmm.
The hey, you just went into town in the middle of the day with your giant cart full of crap that you came back for, and you've got wounded people with you. Well, you were in the tavern 2 weeks ago saying you were asking questions about the local haunted castle, and now you're coming back with the coat of arms from the castle.
They probably followed you,
right?
I mean, let's talk about a thieves guild, right? So, or whatever, right? Or an assassin's guild. They're gonna. You really should be like. You should be a scav. There should be a game for a scavenger adventures, right? What our party does is we listen to where people are going. And we just follow them. Wait outside with like a big net, and we can wait a long time. And at a certain point, we assume they're dead.
Right.
But we'll hang out for a while. That's what we do. It's our job, right? So it's like being, surveillance.
That's exactly what happened in a video game I played 20-something years ago before World of Warcraft. It was Ultima Online. I was so excited. I was a huge Ultima fan in the 80s. Ultima Online came out. I had a fast computer, everything else. Well, but they let people play the beta, which is the software before it was official, and these people were super powerful. So what they would do is, if you try to go into the dungeon, there was just these gangs that would just sit outside the dungeon. When these poor schmucks would come out of the dungeon with their stuff, they would just kill them. Why go in the dungeon? You're going to bring the stuff to me. So you're exactly right. There should be a gang waiting for you as you crawl out of the dungeon with your treasure and going, so what did you find in there?
Yeah, and then they take it to the black market and sell it.
Exactly, and that's as fun like D&D like nothing else. That's basically Raiders of the Lost Ark when he gets the cross, and the Amazonians are out there, and he has to give it to them, or whatever the case, whatever happened. Not the cross there, the idol thing.
I guess it could be done in a way that was fun because the next time you go in, assuming you're still alive, you're like, okay, what do we do now? I mean, it's presumably when you leave apple butter outside, apple butter's gone. I mean,
right. Well, that's why you're supposed to have hirelings and the whole little encampment there. But again, if they're waylaid, there's a problem if you see your hirelings hanging upside down.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Why is the hireling dead? Okay. So, but this may be a reason to be okay, so this is interesting. Will guilds protect me? So if I'm doing guild work, so what's the relation, so if I'm a resident, I want protection. I'm a resident of this, I'm going to become a resident of this city. We're all going to join the guild.
Well, it depends which guilds. There could be multiple guilds.
Right. So if I'm a fighter, I'm assuming is there a fighters guild and a wizards guild? I'm going to join the guild. I mean, can I get some protection from all of this? I mean, also, I'm paying. Let's say, so I'm a respectable adventurer. I always pay my duties. We're lawful. We're like lawful neutral, or lawful good, whatever. So we always pay our duties. It's a source of revenue. Is there a measure of protection?
Sure.
For me, like, if I'm murdered, what happens? So I'm murdered. What happens? Does the guild? I mean, do I have does the guild help me out? Number one, we know I have guild insurance, don't I, for the spouse?
Right. You have the annuity.
It's a benefit.
You have the annuity that's on death. It goes to the next person, your named beneficiary.
I mean, I would hope that's a benefit you get from being a member of the guild. Is that if you're killed?
I think if you're too low level, it costs too much money. I think you have to,
right.
You have to vest it. And how many jobs? Well, that was my last campaign. It was basically a bunch of guilds manipulating the party, and they would have to decide which guilds they were going to align to. But all the players had to be part of their guild. But as a party, which, they all give them missions, and some of them are contrary to the Fighters Guild is kind of the protectors of the city. Thieves Guild is, trying to gouge people. So sometimes the missions, would go into it. So I think there is definitely protection, but I also have this idea of guild rank. So you have not only your level, but you'll give a guild level. How much? Back to your point, how much have you done for the guild? You could be a 9th level fighter, but if you just showed up and didn't do anything, you could be a tier 1 guild member because you're not.
Yeah.
You haven't done anything for the guild. You just showed up. You're paying your dues. Now, if you do things, you move up in the guild. It's kind of like the Shriners. You know, like the Shriners, you could be a CEO of something, but you're, you know, whatever the first level fez wearer. I know nothing about them, and I've probably now they have a pact to kill me. The Shriners
probably
is coming after me now.
Negative review. So, so yeah, what have you done for me lately? So, okay, so I mean, this certainly could add flavor, if you've got the time to do it.
Right.
To be sure. So let me see what else we have here. So, so my point to all that is that it might be nice to actually have if you're going to have a campaign, to set up a residence.
Yes.
Be a citizen of somewhere where you've got a place where maybe you can sell your stuff. You don't have to keep paying all these high duties because you're a foreigner.
And as the DM, you should encourage that if you're going that way, because typically what happens is every time you go into town, the poor party members, everyone treats them like crap, which is what they should do, and they're all suspect and they're all trying to gouge them. But if they keep going back to the same town, they become from being feared to being loved because they defeated the dragon, or they defeated the ogre that was harassing them, or they stopped the goblins from killing the whatever. There should be some advantages to doing that.
Because you're bringing in revenue. Because what's going to happen is,
Right.
Whoever's running the town is going to, whoever's running the town, of course, knows the guild master, the thieves guild, right? Because they're allowing it to operate, right? It's all everyone's.
That's right. Everyone's on the take.
Right?
That's right.
Everyone's on the take. So what they're going to say is to the thieves guild, they're like, look, do not be robbing adventurers as they are exiting dungeons, because if they're bringing it back, if they're heading back here, they're paying a toll on the road. They're paying they're paying duties and excise taxes upon entry. Those goods are coming in here. They are then paying sales taxes, right? With sales tax when that stuff is sold.
Right.
And they're also making money. The more income that's being passed around, this is income tax. I mean, there isn't any. I don't know if it's income tax, right?
It's revenue.
How they do
it's
the
revenue
tax.
for the town, the kingdom, whatever it is, right?
So it's good for. I mean, going out and killing baddies, monsters, and bringing gold back into and goods back in here is generally good. Now you're right. We got to protect our local guilds. We don't want a flood of. I mean, one of the problems too is you bring in a lot of gold. I guess then what you get inflation.
It's like the gold rush of where bars of soap are $20 because they got money just flying in there.
So maybe at a certain point you say yeah, you can kill. We're not going to protect. So it's kind of like the Federal Reserve Bank where they adjust the inflation. Right, they're always changing to make sure the economy's right. So in other words, there could be a bad time. It could be like this is a risky time to be. We need some henchman protection because there's inflation now. They've got a high. So they would increase like the excise. In a time of inflation, they probably increase the excise. They don't want a lot of stuff coming in. I mean, I'm not an economist.
Sure.
This is fun, isn't it? This is exciting.
Well, but that's the thing. You get if your goal is to keep the easy game is the Diablo game, and there's pluses and minuses with that. Meaning, you hand wave all this crap. You basically go into the dungeon, you get stuff, you do whatever. The towns mean nothing. Because really, you want to get together with your friends and kick doors down and fight monsters. Okay, that's cool. And the older I get, because time is an issue, that's especially getting people together at the same time. I think the path that I see that's good, because if you are spending time setting up your world and putting a lot of effort into it, you want your players to be engaged. Try to minimize the group downtime because, like you said, for most people it's extremely boring to have the halfling negotiate with the thieves guild on the rates of stealing, stuff. That that would be terrible. So what that means for the DM and for the players is during the off time, let's say you're playing every other week, you're setting up time, almost like professor's hours, right? You have to have office hours.
Yes.
That
we can talk about that after class.
Right, yeah.
And sir, how much? Yes. So you always get those questions as a DM, don't you?
Right.
Like, yes, I'd like to negotiate with the guild master to lower. And you're like, okay, yeah, talk to me after class.
Yeah, and so you can either do that. The technology certainly makes it easier. You could use a Discord or email or group chats, chat, something to do that. Or you could, hey, every once a month, I'm going to spend an hour with you and we're going to do your campaign nonsense that you want to do. You want to get a sword. Yeah. Oh, the sword, you got to talk to the boyer who needs a special wood. Oh, and now you got to go out to the forest and do that. And you're going to do that by yourself because the rest of the party is not going to do that. So you could do stuff like that. And then weave it back into the thing, which is a little more fun than just the grind of, it's another month, you spent this, it's 5% for that, 3%, you're playing Dungeons and Accounting.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it seems to me if you're going to do, so it is interesting because you're suggesting something different for the use of this, which I agree with. I mean, Gary's talking about reducing money. And that is, look, let's just make it fast. Let's just, I like the 100 gold pieces per month kind of, let's just say you're bringing back the treasure. You're going to sell it. You're going to get 25%. That is out the door. That's duties. That's excise. That's everything. Let's just make it easy. Everyone can go home. What you're suggesting, of course, and this is a more enjoyable use of it, is to weave it into the story. To kind of, you got to deal with certain people. You got personalities, and make it part of the story. So I agree with that. That's the only real reason why I would want to weave some of this stuff in there. So, a big theme here certainly is the foreigners.
Right.
That's really a big takeaway I get. In addition, 10% sales tax is charged to all foreigners. So you got to pay a sales tax. I guess that's if you're buying. So when you're looking at the prices in the player's handbook, if you're a foreigner, you should probably add around 10% automatically.
Right.
At least. Yeah. I mean, because you may be in an area where the prices are higher anyway, and add 10% just because you're a foreigner. Citizens of the town, now you become a citizen. So that is sort of the discussion. Okay, you guys want to become a citizen. Again, how exciting. I don't know how exciting it is. So the party's sitting around debating where they should be. It's like you'd sit around in real life talking about some financial decision. What do you guys think? Should we become citizens? I mean, should we become citizens of the Free City of Greyhawk? Oh, okay, well, what are the advantages? And there's a pamphlet. The advantage, right? The advantages. And so you go to an accountant. Mm-hmm. What are the advantages of becoming a member of Free City?
What's the tax implications of becoming a
right?
That's right.
Right. So okay. Well, here's the good news. The good news is, I need to ask you a few questions. Okay. How often you got to fill out this questionnaire.
Right. Profile.
It's like 5 pages. How often do you bring goods into the town? And when you do, what type of goods are they? And what would you estimate as a relative value? How often do you bring foreign coin into town? Right? All this stuff. If you did become a resident, how many households would you plan on? I mean, really?
Right. And again, it goes back to this whole idea, how much interweaving of society. So you could argue that, maybe the Free City, but if you join some kingdom, well, now you have enmity with this other kingdom, and what do you do when you go to the other kingdom? You have to go there. Do you hide? Do you repaint your shield that you had on there?
Right.
And then if your kingdom sees that you did that, what happens to that? So it's all good if you want to spend the time to go down that rabbit hole. Some of your players will love it. Others will be like, I just want to cast magic missile.
Right. Can I kill something?
Can I go kill something? I don't care about this.
So what you're suggesting though is there's like a Saul, like better, but not our Saul, but Saul the lawyer.
Right.
Better call Saul. Like he'll have like, okay, I'll get you an ID for the free city.
Right.
I got you an ID for this one. He's like the schemer. You've got like 5 different identities, and you're like the tax cheat and all. So the chaotics are all like trying to figure out the way to cheat on the taxes and the duties and the law. Okay.
Right, and then
Right.
that's a lot of time. And then
Yes.
and if your players are not going to use that drama to, hey, where did you get that, platinum tier loyalty badge from, Rogue? Oh, I did some great things. No, you didn't. Only 3 people in the whole realm have that loyalty thing. You could never get that. Something like that. If they're not going to challenge any of it, then it's just busy.
Yeah.
It's just busy work, and it's a
Yeah.
waste of time. Which and that's why I think my next campaign is not going to have a city thing. It's going to be you're in a dungeon. That's why I think the mega dungeon makes more and more sense. I mean, you can still do some of that. The mega dungeon starting to feel better and better. You basically trapped in this mega dungeon and you just kind of have to figure it out.
Yeah. Right. There's no courts.
That's right.
No bureaucrats.
Yeah,
Because it is escapism.
Right.
That doesn't sound like escapism. It sounds like the real world. I mean, do you have if you had like a financial advisor and you're meeting with a financial to talk about like trusts or whatever? I mean, does that sound like fun to most people? Is that
financing your castle, setting up bonds in order to finance it, doing recruiting.
I need to finance it. Yeah, I'd like to build. Well, I do think that it's interesting where people will often, like low-level adventurers, this has happened, right? Where they'll say, well, I want a loan.
Sure.
And I remember when I'm like, what's your credit? Are you kidding me? You're an adventurer. I mean, you are like so massively high risk. Maybe I'll loan you something, but the interest rate is going to be exorbitant. And there's not going to be any usury laws.
In fact, there's pro-usury laws.
Right? Yeah. Right.
There's
Everything's
debt
usurious.
or prison. There's actual, the Assassin's Guild automatically gets their. They have as soon as you get the loan, the bank has put a thing into the Assassin's Guild to kill you. And
yeah, exactly right. If it's not paid by, it's just automatic. It's almost like it's something it's like your death warrant's in escrow.
That's right.
If this money is not deposited, actually that's actually perfect. The Assassin's Guild is like the escrow agent, and you can trust them because look, they got to have business.
Right.
So you just pay the money to the Assassin's Guild, and if the Assassin's Guild does not receive the money by X date,
Right.
they just kill the guy.
Right, exactly. You signed
And
your own
that's
death
it.
warrant.
And it's not on me. It's
It's in the law. The king actually decrees that any loans must be adjudicated through the Assassin's Guild. You want to talk about confidence in transactions? That's what's.
Yes. Let me tell you something. Their repayment rate is awesome here.
That's right.
Oh my God, you're right. You know how many we will attract all these money lenders. The banks will love it. James, you're brilliant. This is going to be a thriving economy.
That's right. It's amazing what death will provide. Death, that solves a lot of problems.
So the Assassin's Guild is actually serving a very James, this is awesome. I love it, James.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're like a broken clock, right? Twice a day. Okay.
Well, that's it.
So the Assassin's Guild is serving a very useful function. The Assassin's Guild, is killing people who are not paying back their debts.
Well, it skips a whole, and it gets rid of the court system because.
Yes, that's very time consuming, and yes, you're absolutely right. That saves a lot of money.
And the court system come in later because I'm sure there's some disputes, but if you're dead, then your family, now it's the wife. I really don't want him back, but I want my money. So then you have to speak with dead. The clerics have to get involved. That's how the clerics in the courts get involved. But that's way more trouble than it's worth.
Oh wait, are you thinking we got like the wrong guy? You think like a mistake was made?
Or I put there's that delay. I was walking to the Assassin's Guild with the money.
Oh, you think there's like a discrepancy?
Right.
Well,
and you killed me. Well, you just assumed I wasn't going to do it. Some people get ahead of themselves. They got the list of escrow and they Oh, this guy's he's
Right.
not gonna pay.
I was stopping at the whatever the badger, the suffering badger for a bagel.
Right, I was gonna get some food and then go over and pay my debt. It was due today at 5, and you murdered me.
You said it was due by midnight, but it was unclear when you said midnight,
Right.
May 15th. Did that mean the end of, or did that mean
Up to including midnight
the next,
or
or the
11:59?
next?
Exactly.
Well, I would think that I would hope. Okay, so this is very important. If you're going to have this, you really need to have some pretty clear rules. So we need to have So we need to have well-drafted rules regarding exact. But you're right. It's hard to draft rules that don't have some ambiguity because you don't foresee situations.
Right.
What if you're delayed through no fault of your
let's
own?
say it's 5. Let's say 5:00, the day of, after 5:01, your death warrant's active. And of course everyone does it the first of the month. So there's a line outside the Assassin's Guild trying to pay the debt off.
Oh, you got to plan in advance. Oh my God, can you imagine that? You show up at the last moment. You're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
We've all been there,
you
right?
Try to deposit that check at 4:59, and there's a line out the door.
It's like getting out of the plane when you've got like a connecting flight with a short amount of time, and everyone is you're like, can I come through? I've got a connecting flight. Like, I got to pay this. And then people are like, yeah, we all do, buddy.
We're all here.
We all got problems.
We all don't want to die.
Or the dude in front of you is just a jerk. He's like, no, you should. I'm paying early.
And then that's the decision you have to make. It's 4:30. You look at the Assassin's Guild line. And they have this 30-minute wait. Well, you don't want to wait there because they're just going to kill you at like 5 o'clock.
There's a sign. There's a sign that says from this point your wait is approximately 2 hours.
And as soon as you walk there, if I was the assassin, I'd be like, oh, when is your stuff due today? Yeah, it's due at 5. Because you're not going to make it. You're already past that line. You just murder them right there. You don't have to go hunt them down. It's awful convenient.
Oh, well, wait a second. You're not going to wait. So now that could be controversial because you don't know for sure. So it's 4:30.
Right.
And it says approximately 2 hours. Right. You're just shivving the guy at that point. You're not waiting. Well, no wonder you got litigation. James, how many times have I told you, James? You gotta wait I'm tired of paying settlements. Okay? You've got to wait to 5. I don't care that they're not going to make it. Okay? All right? You gotta wait to 5.
But they can't. They can't make it.
So when it's 5, do people just run?
That's what I'm saying. It's like...
They're just, or they run early, right? Right
before it's like 4:55, and you see the assassin sitting there. Go, run! It's like, wait, you're paired up, you're partnered up with your assassin. He's talking to you. He's on the line with you. So, you got the money, huh? Yeah. You know what time it is? Oh, I know what time it is. And then they're like looking at their clock, and then they're shivving you.
My clock stopped.
You're right. Your clock is stopped.
Wait, this thing didn't. What time is it? So yeah, I think that's right. I like this now because I've now because I was like the Assassin's Guild. How much work are you getting? Right. I mean, I know people like to kill people, but it's expensive, and like, why would you generally want people dead?
But now you've tied into the economy.
Yeah, exactly. I think you've cracked this nut. I think that's exactly what's happening. I mean, not only have we solved the mystery of who was the Canadian trans-highway killer, the cave bear.
Right.
We've also solved why Assassin's Guilds prosper. Yeah, because, come on. No town is going to tolerate just a bunch of assassinations of like important, you know what I mean,
right.
of important people. I mean, that's not good for business. Right. No one's coming there. It's you're killing people. Yeah, it's debtors.
It's debtors.
No debtor prison.
Right. There's no debtor prisons. A lot simpler. Death and keeps them trained. And it also kind of makes sense from you borrow 1,000 gold pieces. Mm-hmm. You are first level. It costs 100 gold pieces for a first level assassin to kill a first level victim. So there you go. 10% fee, basically. That's.
Oh, what was the price? That's very good. That's a very good point. You're right. So well, the good news is you're not killing that many people because they're paying.
You'd hope so. You'd think they would.
But every now and then, okay, but it's probably but it's well worth the investment. What's my percentage?
So it's 100 gold pieces for a first level assassin to kill a first level character.
Oh, did you say 100 gold pieces?
Yeah.
Well, the Assassin's Guild can easily finance that. Well, and the good news is that's to pay the person. So this is really, oh, right. So what's happening is, okay, I'm forgetting our triangle trade here. So the triangle is, right, the money lender. So I'm a money lender.
Right.
I'm a money lender, and I then all contracts, let's just say everybody basically, it's like an adhesion contract. Even if it's not by law, no money lender is going to lend you money to you without the assassination clause, right? I mean, it's like clause 13 of the standard form merchant. The money lender guild has a standard form contract, right? And that standard form contract is going to be like paragraph 13 is the assassination clause. And it's and so it's
this contract is fully executable, literally, and actually, so that's how that's how it would work. It's similar to, well, like if I haven't been to a payday place or a pawn shop. Since you don't have any collateral, you still, if you want to borrow 1,000 gold pieces, you have to come up with, and you're a 0 level person, you have to come up with 50 gold pieces. You still have to come up with 50 to borrow 1,000 because that's the 50. Or they actually don't give you 1,000, they give you 950 because they take the 50 and that 50 goes for the fee.
Oh, it's like closing costs.
Right.
I'm paying
Points.
I'm paying the cost of my own assassination.
That's right.
Oh, James, I think you've missed your calling. Okay. I'm liking this adventure. You've won me over now. I like this adventure. Okay, so I get it. So I'm a money lender. And you're right. This is it's the old thing. What's your collateral? Your collateral's your life, right? So if you have collateral, no worries, right? If you got the house, right? I just want collateral. But if you don't have any collateral, I'll give you a loan, maybe. But the collateral is going to be your life.
Right. You want to borrow 1,000. You're only going to get 950 because 50 is, or you're going to only get 900. You have to pay 1,000 back because the 100 I've given to the Assassin's Guild.
Yeah, where's the prices for the Assassin? Is that Player's Handbook?
Or page, I don't know, 20-something. I just had it open, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Let's see, page 29.
29, there it is, minimum fees. Gee, I don't know why people were so upset with Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, what's wrong with a minimum fee for assassination table? Why? People are they're so sensitive. Okay. So yeah, you're probably 0 level, right? Let's say. Because just say whatever.
You're a merchant, right? You're a merchant. You need money. You need cash. You're going to buy some goods. You need money.
Yeah, because you want to define it. Yeah, you want to expand. But but business is down and you're going to lose your business.
Right.
So you don't have any collateral because maybe you've already, because you may already have a big mortgage on your building or something like that. Who knows? Whatever. So I'm going to borrow the money. And so 50 gold pieces. Well, it depends what level assassin. Yeah, so they'll charge it. Because what they may say is, no, I want to make sure you're killed.
Right.
So I may want to get to 100%.
Yeah. We want to, you're definitely, well, you have to look at the DMG then. Chance of death.
Oh yeah, I'm never going to get to 100%. It's probably just. I think a 50% chance of death is probably. The question is, as you're the money lender, what do you think is sufficient incentive? Is a 50% chance of death sufficient incentive for this person to pay back? You know what I mean?
Right.
I think it probably is. Don't you think? So you're right. So that could just be like a 50 gold piece charge on that, right? So that's built into the fee.
Yeah, it's based on the level of victim, or if you're really risky, you get the 5th level one. So that was that 100. It's only 100 gold pieces more. You get.
Well, I could assess the risk.
Right.
Like if I think it is really risky, because I may decide as the money lender, look, I've sized you up. I've pulled your Experion account or whatever,
right.
And I don't like your FICO score. So you're gonna need a lot of incentive.
You've been delinquent. You don't pay on time.
Right. So this is going to be a 4th level. So I'm going to fill in here. There's a little blank here on the assassination clause. Level 4 assassin. And I got a little chart here. And this will be the fee. So you got just like the rundown of all the costs. That long list item with all those additional costs. Right. The excise, the money change, whatever. And then there it is. Assassination fee for 4th level assassin. And you pay it. I like it.
Yeah, and also you're doing bulk rates with the Assassin's Guild, and many times you're not paying it. You're still collecting the fee, and you're not. And
that's right.
So
that's right.
You're getting at a 25% discount from the Assassin's Guild. And then they're pawning it off too. I'm really busy. They give it to another assassin for 20 gold pieces because they don't have time. You got a lot of downtime.
Yeah.
Need some contracts. It's a commodity, absolutely.
So basically, if you're playing an assassin character, you're basically showing up at some guy's house. And he's like, I got the money. Here it is. And you're basically like,
contract's over, sorry.
Yeah, I'll take the money.
And then I'll kill you.
And I'm going to kill you. All right? And you're like, and you can try to reason with him, but you're like, I mean, no, because it's kind of like, what was it in The Fugitive where he says, I didn't do it? And he goes, I don't care.
Right, that's it.
You don't haggle. This is not you. You've been contracted out to kill this guy, and that's as simple as that.
Yeah,
no questions
the only
asked.
chance you have is to have the money and pay another assassin to kill the assassin that's coming after you.
But that's extremely risky because that guy's a member. You need a rogue assassin. You need somebody who's not in the Assassin's Guild. No assassin is going to from the Assassin's Guild here is going to kill. And you don't have the money because you would have paid it back.
Right. Well,
you're done.
You're in that situation where you have the 1,000 gold pieces, but it's 5:01 p.m.
So you're like, oh, I got it. You're on the run. So you haven't been found.
Right.
Yeah. So you're not.
Yeah, because you're not stupid. You realize if the assassin finds you and it's 5:01, he's taking the 1,000 and he's killing you.
Yeah. And I guess if I do kill you, do I put your head like outside the Assassin's Guild? Like we need to like encourage people.
Proof of death. I'm sure there's some kind of standard.
Yeah.
I assume there's like or there'd be an area. This is what we do to debtors. Like they do. This is what they do to snitches, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be in the newspaper.
Right. Yeah. That's right. The Assassin's Guild is proud to announce the following assassinations. It's like next to like the marriage announcements.
Assassin 7 was able to ensure the money contracts are enforced by ending the life of blah blah blah, who didn't meet his obligations.
It's marketing. We have a 97% success rate in assassinating debtors.
It's all works. I love this economy. I'm actually writing this stuff down. This would be an amazing. This would be an amazing adventure.
I have to tell you, number one, this turned out to be a more enjoyable, strangely, discussion of taxes than I had anticipated. Right. And number two, in a more serious note, as serious as we can get on this show, I actually believe that this is the way I will look. This is the way I will look at Assassin's Guilds now. I will look at Assassin's Guilds as clearly being able to be hired for like a serious assassination, but that's not their bread and butter, right?
They can live off killing princes. How many times are you going to do that?
No, right. This is I honestly now I'm going to look at Assassin's Guilds as that's basically what they do. Every time I see a town now, and I see money lenders. And I see Assassin's Guilds, I am going to connect them and say, yeah, there's absolutely, they work with each other. And you know what? This is totally accepted.
Right.
You know what you're getting into. So it is not against the law. These assassinations, you can admit it. You can publish it in the Gazette. This is, as long as you've got the contract and like you said, mistakes are going to be made. So there will be a process for that. But if there's no dispute here that they were late and they signed the contract, it's got the seal, they show it all. No one is getting in trouble at all.
It's the cost of doing business. Life is cheap, baby. And, again, that whole thing of, they're like a law firm, the Assassin's Guild. They, their bread and butter has to be probate.
Yeah.
I mean, they may dabble into family and they may dabble into some other things, like spying, but they gotta have
the low level. Like, so now it's like you're the low level. That's what you do. In your first level, you've got like, 8.
Right, there's a whole pack of stack of.
Oh man! Well, so you're all excited. You're like the half-orc assassin. You're like, oh, I'm so excited. What am I doing? Am I killing like the lawful good prince? And you're looking through these. You're like, what the hell is this?
Bob,
the bar owner and the dry cleaner guy.
Yeah, Bob, the bar owner. This guy, Ned, the farmer.
Can I do, James? I'm sick of dude. Can I kill someone good? No. Oh, come on!
This is how we make. This is how we make our money. This is how we make. This place doesn't run off good feelings.
Man, when I was being trained, I was learned to be trained as an assassin. You lured me at your assassination school. Do you remember the commercials you showed me?
Right.
It was like Born. I'm Born.
I'm diving into special places, taking out guards.
Yes. And no one told me what's your placement rate, man? You lied about your placement. You said a 97% placement rate, but I didn't know 95% was doing this crap.
But wait, it gets worse. If you're on slow time, you think, oh, I got some downtime. No. The town next door they have too many of these. You got to go over there. We got an agreement with the Assassin's Guild in the other town. And you do contracts over there because they're overrun. Oh, we got a lot of deadbeats. So now you got to go over there. All right. You got to go kill people.
So I'm spending a month
cleaning up.
So I got to tell my wife and kids, I'll be back in a month. I got a job got to go out of town because their economy's bad.
Right.
No one's paying back their debts. Everyone's
contract work. You're a travel assassin.
Everyone is their mortgages. They're underwater on their mortgages. They're defaulting. They're losing their economies. Baby, I got to go where the economy's bad.
Right.
You knew that when you married an assassin.
Yeah. And to me, that makes perfect sense. There'd be these travel assassins. You get, it's perfect point, right? All this riffraff work. They don't want their people to do it. They got to have some conscience. I'm tired of killing our own people. Can we hire someone to do that? The travel assassin comes in town and.
So basically, they're kind of like the D&D repo man. I mean, it's like. I mean, no one likes the repo man, but you also understand they're like the butcher. Right. Someone's got to do a dirty job, right? And so you might just admit it. Like, so what do you do? Like, oh, yeah, I'm an assassin. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so what do you mainly do? Yeah, mainly, debtor work.
Right. Well, and like Vic says, they're regionals, right? You have the Grandmaster here and the Grandmaster there. Well, you could definitely see that, if there's too much work in one area, they would farm it out. It's a business. It's a commodity.
Yeah.
Assassinations are like any other service. You would commoditize it.
And that's how the grandfather, he started that way, doing just small debtor jobs.
30 years ago, I was like you. My first guy was Ned the Butcher.
I'll never forget. You never forget your
your
first
one, Ned. It was
I killed him.
It was 507. He was running away, and I got him.
Right in front of his kids.
Kids.
I'm sorry. If you're lawful, do you turn yourself in, or do you run?
Right.
Can you run if you're lawful?
Well,
or do you just be like, I'm here, kill me? Breach a contract.
I got 950. Can I just? If smart negotiation would be, well, if I had 80%, can I just get beaten badly? There's a tier.
Yes.
Don't have all or nothing.
Or just kill my kid.
I got 6 of them.
Just take a kid.
He's my favorite. You can kill him.
Oh, and it would be terrible if you didn't realize you could negotiate.
Yeah.
You're like, no, I got all these kids, and the assassin's like, wait, you didn't negotiate this clause? Wait, I thought it was an adhesion contract. You couldn't negotiate. No, yeah, you can. He'll definitely negotiate.
That's right.
Everything's negotiable. Is it too late? Yeah, listen, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
I got to do my job.
I don't have any discretion in the enforcement of this.
And I need the XP.
You're worth this and the gold.
What is it? It's 3 plus 2. That's 5 XP.
Well, and you get 50 gold pieces for the assassination. That's worth 50. I would say that's worth 50 XP.
Well, I don't get 50.
Yeah.
I'm in the guild, buddy.
That's right.
Everyone gets their
cut.
cut.
You get a cut. That's right. You probably get like 10 and a half
that's right.
When you're done.
So just getting to second level, that's like a lot of. That's not bad. That's like a lot of assassinations.
It's a lot of killing. Well, that's like the clerics who don't adventure. If you don't adventure, that's a lot of prayers. You get a lot more. You go up faster if you're out in the field. Mm-hmm. That's how it works.
So I guess the lesson here is don't borrow money in our adventures after this episode.
Don't borrow money from the money lenders. Now you could try to borrow money from the priest, but you wouldn't borrow money. You'd say, hey, I need training for a level. Well, yeah, we're going to send you on a quest. That's way better than...
Yeah.
You want freedom? You get assassinations.
But that's harder to come by, that other business. It's not like there's just like... Is there like a list of quests? You open up the Gazette, and there's like, quests. seeking adventures. I mean, usually that doesn't happen.
Right.
I mean, most people will have to go to the moneylender, and they'll have to sign off
Or,
on this.
well, again, the idea of training, typically that's why they need money, because they don't have enough money for training. So you'd go to your patron and say, back to the high priest, you're the low priest again. Have you been good? Do you need to be punished? Are we
going here again? Oh, God.
Which, by the way, I put that in the beginning of the...
I'd forgotten about that one. I was a little lazy. Yes, no, that's a winner. All right, well, this is very interesting. So I like this. That was good. I like because it shows why I don't know why they need to be PCs, but that's a different story. But yeah, I want to do spying, right? But that's going to take some time, right? Yeah. So that would be your side. So if you're an assassin in the party, but that's interesting. That actually explains why you could have an assassin in a party. So you're an assassin because you want to get XP, you want to do an adventure, but assassination is really kind of like your side job, right? And it's like, you got to do it. You're like a butcher. It's like, it's like you're evil. Like, well, okay, yeah, I guess I'm evil, but what I'm doing is lawful. They're debtors. They signed up for it. You could kind of see it if you were with a neutral party. You could see where like the guy's the assassin, and that's what he does. And you know what? Maybe he doesn't want to like kill people high level at some point. He wants to stop doing it, and that's why he's adventuring. He's like, I don't see a future of doing this for me. Yeah, I want to do something different.
It takes its toll, killing the local merchants and this and that. After a while, you'd get tired of it. So
you might have to kill like a relative. It's like your uncle, Saul.
It happens. If Saul doesn't make the payment.
Oh, yeah, my God. You get your files, and you look at it, and you're like, oh, my God.
Well, I would hope you'd pawn that off to someone else. I don't want to kill my sister. Can you?
No, because you know what the Guildmaster is going to say? Do it.
Right. Well.
You do it. This is basically a test.
Right.
Do it. That's what the Guildmaster's like, yeah, I killed my brother.
Yeah, can I?
30 years
and
ago.
You have to do it at a discount because it's family. It should be easier.
Right, exactly. Right, yeah. I just do it during dinner. They're all eating dinner.
Yeah,
just
I thought you
take the knife that you're instead of the goose. You're getting ready to carve the goose. Just
right. You're having the things due at 9 o'clock. You just finished dinner. You're all sitting around. 9:01. You shiver.
Yeah.
And that's it. All right. A little awkward, but I'm leaving. Have a good night.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. Sorry, man. Sorry.
It's only business.
Sorry, guys.
It's only business. That's your only sister. Well, I told her not to take. I told her to negotiate that. She didn't pay attention. She wasn't listening.
Just business. All right.
All right. Well, let's roll a D10 and let's wrap this up.
All right. Let's do it. I think we rallied. So let's see. After the sage advice, I think we rallied. Let's see. Yeah, it's an 8, sir.
I knew that was pretty good. Yeah. I trust you. It's not divine intervention, so I'll definitely trust you on that. So, all right, sir. Well, that was good. So, I think we are done for today. It was a good show. We'll see everyone in 2 weeks. Hopefully, we can get Craig on from Crucible. That would be nice to talk to him about the convention. That would be good. So, hopefully, he'll be on in 2 weeks, and hopefully we'll see everyone in a couple weeks as well. We'll hopefully see you next week for the second part of the Grogtalk adventure. So for Grogtalk, I'm James.
And I'm Dan.
And we hope to see you all next time on Grogtalk. Take care.
Grogtalk was taped in front of a live studio audience.